Good evening and welcome to the Umzansi Esports League brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. This is the promotion relegation playoffs for FIFA 22. Of course, joining me today are my lovely casters, Iro and Tendo Plays. Guys, how are you doing this evening, Tendo?
I am feeling really good. It's a little bit of an appetizer before we get all of the action that's coming next week with the finals. And I'm excited to see who is going to either progress into the Mzansi Esports League or retain their position in the Mzansi Esports League.
Naira, how are you feeling about today's players? We have Darth as well as Pavendran playing today. We have one from Mzansi, one from Nkosi, and only one can make it and secure their spot in the Mzansi Esports League for next season. So, how are you feeling about these two players that will be playing today?
We've got to see Darth Mayhem this season, and it was probably his worst season to date. But I don't know. I feel like it's all about redemption today, and he gets the opportunity to stay in the Mzansi League. But it all comes down to how hungry the Nkosi player is going to be in the matchup right now. So it's all coming down to the match. I have no intel what Darth Mayhem's opponent's all about, how he plays, but I know Darth Mayhem, and I feel like maybe he is going to rain some little bit of his magic today, but it's only a matter of time until we actually get to see that.
Now, considering Darth has lost many of his matches, he hasn't had the best season this time around. Do you think that his explosive playstyle will be, beneficial to him? Considering that Inkosi players do bring, a sort of freshness to the game. Tendo, do you think that he will be able to, prevail with his same playstyle, or do you think he's going to switch it up this time?
It's a bit of a tough one. I feel for Darth because he's faced this gauntlet before. It's not his first time in this relegation playoff. The last time he was in the league, he had to come through and face off an opponent, and unfortunately, he got knocked down. Gladly, he made it back into this season, but here he is once again. It's a little bit of a cycle, so I hope his playstyle will come through to his advantage today.
Now, let's take a look at the schedule for today. Today, of course, we will be doing both FIFA and PUBG, but we will be focusing on FIFA. Over there, you do see some PUBG maps going on over there. We'll be using the Group A and Group B, but that's not right. That's not important right now. We'll talk about that later on. Right now, we will be focusing on Darth Mayhem and Pavendran. They will be playing one match. It'll be a best of two at 6 p.m., of course. Now, this match will obviously Darth may be feeling a bit of the pressure. Iro, do you think that he is confident? Well, rather, are you confident in his ability to defend his place in Umzansi?
Well, like I say, it comes down to today to really be the deciding factor to his Mzansi League. We didn't get to see the best out of Dot this season, so maybe today is exactly where he ends that sort of run of bad games. But at the same time, Pavan played about 8 weeks to get here as well, so he's going to be very hungry to get into the Mzansi League, and we need that new talent as well, that new showcase of play style. So I wouldn't mind Pavendran making it to the Umzansi League, but at the same time, I'd just like a little bit of the spotlight going over to Darth Mayhem this time around.
Now, based on previous experience, from what we've seen, Darth's defense may not be the strongest. Do you think that he will be focusing more on his attack or defense this time around, Tendo?
Man, I look at his goal difference in this, previous season. It's not great. It's the worst out of all 8 players inside the Mzansi Esports League. So it's gonna have to be defense where it starts off with, because I think he's got the attacking prowess to put the numbers on the board, given an easier opponent. I don't want to give, Pavin too much, respect in this regard, right? If you're someone like Darth, you've been in the Mzansi League, you've been playing against the Beast Bianchis, the up and coming Bobo Beast, etc., etc. So you have to display, that level of skill that you've been gathering in this kind of situation. You shouldn't give any respect to someone like Pavin, who's just come up in the ranks. But at the same time, a different light has to be shined because we can't sleep on Pavin. We don't know exactly what he's going to bring onto the table. There's been so many, different kind of playstyles coming into the league.
Definitely. Now, the game has begun, so I will be leaving you with Iro and Tender Plays. Of course, good luck, have fun to Pavin and Darth. Let's see who comes out on top, and I will see you just now.
Ooh, on the kickoff already here, Tendo, and it's good to be alongside you once again after a couple of weeks over there.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a break, but back into the action. Of course, if you guys are not too familiar exactly what's happening right now, it's not the finals just yet. This is relegation playoff. Okay, a little bit of an exciting start there, but not too much to get off our seats for. But yeah, this is the relegation playoff. The winner of this, either gets promoted in the likes of Pravin to the Umzansi Esports League, or you retain your position if you're Darth Mayhem. And I mean, Iro, it's all to play for. This is where all those weeks of practice on either side comes to pay off.
Literally, and I can tell you the last weeks of FIFA 23, if you are grinding, you are getting a really good team, and it's a goal from Pavendron. What a goal. Neymar comes in clean, and like I mentioned right now, look at that Neymar, 98 flipping overall of his skill right there. So like I was saying, these last few weeks of FIFA, if you're grinding, putting in the time, you are going to get cards that matter. But it is going to be Darth Mayhem with a free kick, and maybe he gets to answer to the 1-0 lead, which is not looking too great for him, retaining his position in the Umzansi League. Pavendro coming in with that new hunger, that new play style that we get to see. Lots of long balls already coming out. Oh, Saint Maximum with the skill and a shot, but it hits the crossbar. He goes in for the header, but it is going to go straight out for the goal kick. Pavendro, hello. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you indeed, kicking things off with some new flavor. I mean, it's so new that like a Liverpool logo, like we have not seen any of that. Liverpool kid going strong on the pitch. Ribery, good interception now. A run, maybe. He might find another goal in. And this has just been the storyline for Darth, right, Iro? I mean, we've casted countless Darth games where he's just on the back foot, but maybe now an opportunity to strike. Neymar takes it, but the keeper, Allison, sends it wide, short corner in. We'll see what Ribery can do in this position. If he can find some room to work with, not really. Bellingham now trying to find an opening. Militao gets defended by Sergio Ramos. That's an interesting card pickup.
Ramos, very big guy, really slow for me. I have never really got to enjoy him too much, but he is sending him on a run, gets him on the ball, but it is going to be intercepted by Varane right over here, which is really good. Now Darth Mayhem with the build-up play. Neymar on the ball, tries to get a dribble in, passes to Messi, now to Bellingham, starting to slow down that pace drastically, as we can see right here. But things are looking good on the flip side, either way, for the defensive of Pavendro. It is still 1-0, and this is a best of two, ladies and gentlemen. So there is a lot of action underway as we are still in the first half of the game number one.
First half, a little bit slow, 22 minutes down. Build up play coming in here from Pavin. We'll see what it might lead towards. Ribery down the middle with Kante. Some good link-up play to find some space down the wing. Maybe, just maybe, he's looking to get that extra goal that would really give him a nice little cushion to work into this tie. Neymar just get bullied off there by Militao. Unfortunate for Pavin, but now Darth maybe an answer to strike back. It's one of those sad moments in the season, because this might be the last time we cast the Darth, Mayhem game for a really, really long time, right? Given that he's going to have to go through another 8-week gauntlet in the Nkosi Super Cup just to make it to this point. Again, if he doesn't wake up, and maybe now's the time where he wakes up with a shot with Messi, but Allison sends it wide. It's still in. Mbappe onto Neymar. Neymar getting defended well. The defense is so superb from Pavin. You'd say he's an Umzansi Esports League player. Maybe, but not yet.
Not yet, indeed. And we just see a sort of back and forth right here. Really slow sort of pace of game. Neymar to Bellingham. Bellingham outside box shot. That is going to be a great dive coming out from Allison. He takes
bit ambitious.
Ooh, that goes wide onto Varane, but Varane isn't going to be keeping that ball. Ribery on a long ball. He sends that front, but unfortunately Neymar isn't going to connect to it just yet. Hullet onto Messi. Messi However, oh, this is a free kick. This is really close, actually. We might just see some potential coming out from this.
Big opportunity, honestly.
He's also taking it. So Messi right now.
Yeah.
Oh, green time. Oh! What a goal!
Oh my gosh!
Of Mayhem with a green time with Messi. 22 yards out. He ties the match right over here. Fantastic play. Fantastic free kick. I don't think we've seen that in the 8 weeks of Umzansi.
Oh my goodness. What a way to end off the season, I'd say, for Darth. A free kick goal. We haven't seen one, yes. And he's still looking for more. Shot in, Neymar. Goal! Here he comes. Darth Mayhem bringing in that experience that we called for. We needed it. Here it is. Pavin now shaking. And I told you guys, we can't give him too much respect. Yes, he started off really strong, but hey, this is an Umzansi Esports League player we're talking about in the likes of Darth Mayhem. He still has something to fight for. Varane, good interception, but squanders it. Ramos now, Neymar on the side of here. Maybe a goal, maybe a shot in. Goes wide.
Goes wide, and now he needs to calm down. He needs to bring that composure level for Pavendro, because it hasn't been too good for the past odd 20 minutes. He's lost the ball in situations where not needed. But Darth Mayhem as well has picked up his socks. He's here to show the Umzansi pressure onto the Nkosi player. And this is where the two clashes coming together. It is that experience versus the new blood of the Nkosi. So we get to see exactly how that plays out for Darth Mayhem. But is that hunger from Pavendro good enough for him to keep him going over onto the match that we have right now? Ramos on the ball. He does get a wing pass onto Ribery. It is the final minute here for an attack. Ribery to Ramos right now onto Neymar. Neymar with a dribble. He doesn't get past Militao. Militao is there to keep things not tie, but to keep things in lead for Darth Mayhem.
Oh, man. What a half of football, honestly. I mean, in the beginning, you would have been like, all right, well, it's going to be copy pasta of what we normally see from Darth, where he's just getting goal scored against after goal. But he comes back. He's showing exactly why he belongs in this league. I mean, it's two worlds colliding over here, right, Iro? It's the Nkosi and the Umzansi. You know, whenever we get to this point in the season, either you see the Nkosi Super Cup player come in with just a crazy amount of tactics that just throw off this, kind of cemented player in the Umzansi Esports League. Is kind of like, I'm with the big dogs now, so I don't need to brush up and change up my play styles. But we're not quite seeing that just yet coming in from Pavin. One goal at least is something that he can come back from, right?
Exactly. It isn't too much of a hassle for him. Pavendro on the kickoff, but the pressure from Darth Mayhem has been going on and continues in the second half over here. Messi trying to get a good ball, and that is a great ball to Saint Maximum. This has to be a goal. What a block coming in from the defender over there. Pavendro now needs to just clear the ball and stay composed.
Composure is the name of the game. Vinicius Jr. now with the run on in, the legs looking sharp, but Ramos just in an awkward position to make that pass, squanders it. Now Saint Maximin can find some room here with Neymar. Neymar gets defended well by Kyle Walker of all players to have on the pitch. I wouldn't have expected to see that. And these are the kind of picks that we see from the Nkosi Super Cup players bringing into the Umzansi Esports League, where we're like, that's an interesting one. Wouldn't have thought about that one. Oh, yeah. I mean, sure, you can use that person there, but why not this one that everybody else is using? And, it's that clash in play styles that really can sometimes be your benefit or detriment in this kind of situation.
Exactly. You look at a team and you may already become confident in a sense where, oh, no, it's Kyle Walker. I can easily, get that wing pass or whatever the case may be. But then it's the tactics and playstyle that really change things around. And he's getting absolute bullied 3-on-1 over there in that wing right now. And unfortunately, Kante, as small as he is, couldn't handle the area of play. But right now, Kante has an opportunity to pass on the wing. Saint Maximum can get a ball in as well. He can pass it. He does pass it over to Neymar. Neymar with the dribbles, unfortunately, goes down, but that is a clean Hazel whistle.
Yeah, I'm not loving the Sergio Ramos pick, man. He's not, covering that role as, as well as somebody else could. Maybe like a Bellingham. Okay, Darth. Nice little ball into Neymar. Easy goal in there for Darth. And I mean, it's looking good. But yeah, I mean, in comparison to having someone like Bellingham in that position that he's playing, right? Because like when you get to the front of it, okay, I'm speaking too soon. Ribery finds a goal in for Pavin. It's back to just a 1-goal lead for Darth. And it's not fallen just away just yet.
Two kickoff goals. Messi
Imagine.
loses this, unfortunately. But we could just see these two worlds clash, the kickoff goals coming into play. That's something we don't rarely see in the Umzansi League too much, but with the likes of the goal difference for Darth Mayhem, we understand that he does need a little bit of work on his defense, and it is present yet again.
Whoa!
What a bang coming out from Darth Mayhem using Vinicius over there. I mean, he's looking good. He's looking good today. It does look like he's ready to stay in the Umzansi League.
Yeah. He's looking good. A little shaky here and there with the defense, but we mentioned it in the beginning. Pez was even highlighting it that, like, you know what? This guy has not looked good versing everybody else. The goals just keep flooding in. And it's happening against him. The goals are flooding in. Thankfully, he's scoring more than getting scored against. He's got a little bit more control of the game. So that's to his advantage. And I mean, now we need to look to Pavin to really just wake up in this situation and realize, look, I can score against this dude. He's not too difficult to go up against. He's a little bit disjointed here and there in his plays. But it's moments like this where he has to fix his own defense, where Neymar's through, a pass in, Messi a goal that you just have to cover to make sure that you can get into this league. And that's just not the kind of play that you want to be seeing.
For Pavindro right here, you must be smacking the desk right there. I mean, the 3-goal lead isn't going to be too easy to come by in the second match that we have right here between these two individuals. And the way things are looking, the pressure that is he succumbed to is not going to help him at all to try get more goals on this. So aggregate is just going to be a bit nasty. And I mean, the way Darth Mayhem is playing right now, and just a little bit earlier, that pass would have been so clean for him to get a good opportunity. And I speak too soon for Pavindro as he gets Ribery in. Can he take a shot? He goes in, but Varane is there ready to tackle him and cancel any of the build-up plays that Pavindro was looking for. Valverde with the lobby pass. Saint Maximum over here on the wing. We've seen beauty from him. Will we see it yet again? No, he goes in for the pass. Bit of a predict play over there. So it's back onto Pavindro. But, man, like I say, pressure is there, and we get to see it time in and time out.
Yeah, honestly. Oh, what a tackle in from Cancelo to secure the ball. You love to... No ways, man. Come on. All right. Well, let's see exactly what can happen in these last few minutes. Must be sweating bullets right now, Pavin, because the deficit is quite large to come back in. Yes, there's still a second leg, guys. Don't forget about that. He still has an opportunity to bring it back. But if he keeps on, getting goals scored against him, it's not going to be as easy as if he can find one right now. So he really needs to put his head in the game and at least secure a bit of a consolation in this one. Make it 3-5 on aggregate. We can start to work back into this kind of game. 2 goals isn't too bad to come back from, but now it's just looking like a mountain to climb.
It is looking like a mountain to climb. And I mean, they say I can do it in the first half, so can you do it in the second half type of thing. But I don't see Pavindro with the amount of pressure Darth Mayhem has presented to him that he's able to score little as 5, even maybe 3, because that is what he needs right now. Just 3 goals right here, and maybe even 4 with this build-up play coming out from Darth Mayhem. Khullet with a great dribble, but he is going to have multiple defenders on him right over there. Ribery pass, that would have been offside anyways.
Yeah.
Great interception from Darth Mayhem to keep things flowing. The last minute of play right now. Messi on the ball. He does get past his defender, but Walker isn't going to give up over there and manages to close things off. That is the first leg, ladies and gentlemen, between Darth Mayhem and Prevendal for the first game.
Yeah, I mean, that first match was a little bit interesting, honestly. We'll see what Pez has to say about that because honestly, just deflated play coming in from Pavin, right?
I mean, Pavin seemed to have, lost a bit of momentum over time. It seemed like his offense got weaker. Alex, what are your thoughts on his performance regarding his offensive plays?
I wouldn't say even like his defense got weaker. I just feel like there was just too much pressure from Darth Mayhem. We saw a lot of interceptions, a lot of multiple plays on a single. Like there was a point where I said 3v1 because there was like three midfielders around his Kante player. So yeah, Darth Mayhem really put on the pressure today, and that's just Darth's playstyle out defeating Pavin, if that makes sense over there. Pavin played okay for the first goal, I would say. Second goal was a kickoff goal, so you can't really say too much about that. But if he can't handle the pressure Darth Mayhem is delivering, then he isn't going to get any of those goals.
Definitely. And Darth, once he, got a moment to, build out that momentum, he just kept going and going and going. Now, do you believe that there was any creativity in his playstyle, Tendo?
Yeah, I mean, creativity here and there. I think both players are suffering a little bit from, having creativity in their play styles. And I think a little bit more would really inject some life into this game because it also just feels a little bit dead. Yeah, Duff is leading, but he's just getting a couple of goals past the net, Doesn't really feel like he's taking full control of the game.
Yeah, it did feel like he was, somewhat getting a bit lucky, and then every now and then he would show that, I'm here to stay. I'm an Umzansi player. I've been here and I'm not ready to leave. So now that we've seen, what he can do, especially with that free kick goal, which we haven't had in a while, do you think Pavin still has a chance to bring it back, Iro?
It's going to be tough. We have to see how well his mentality is, especially coming into the second leg right here, because that 3-goal difference is going to be hard to come by, especially when Darth Mayhem has already shown exactly what he's made of. How well can he handle that pressure? So let's see exactly what that means for the second leg.
Well, the second leg has begun. So once again, let's go back to the game. Let's show the people what we can do, guys. Come on now. Iro Tendo, take it away.
All right, second bout. Aggregate score is 5-2. If you're just joining in, it is the Umzansi Esports League hosted by Nodwin Gaming. And it's not just the regular season. This is promotion relegation. The stakes are high right now. It's like an action movie, and the protagonist needs to rescue the damsel in distress kind of high. That's what we're talking about, right, Iro?
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's very tough, the promotion relegation is quite it's emotional for both players.
Yeah. And it's the fact that it's one game today, right? Usually we have two games and the one game can get overshadowed, but this is the spotlight.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone's looking here. Ooh,
wait, what?
Why did it just jump over the ball?
What's going on, guys? What was that? All right.
Oh my. Yeah, so let's just see exactly what happens here. Unfortunately, nothing comes into play for him right over there, but he had a goal scoring opportunity. Player just said, no, I'm a skitty hop this one and not score. Saint Maximum with the dribbles, Neymar with the shot, and that goes in. Now it's just 2 more goals needed here for the gentleman in order to get that goal difference sort of aligned and tied here in aggregate.
Are we in a time loop? Because this has happened before.
This has happened.
It's happened before, right? And we could be excited if we forget about the aggregate score. But let's wait and see, because Dot's on the attack with Mbappe getting past. Allison will scoop it up. Nothing to worry about for now. But yeah, Pavin was in the lead in that first leg and then ultimately ended up losing. We'll see now if he's fixed a couple of his mistakes. It's looking good right now with Vinicius on the ball, but the defender will be better in that situation, Varane. Nice.
That is looking good over there for Darth Mayhem, but he is scrambling a bit right now. I don't know, maybe if he's comfortable with this lead that he has, but he needs to stay on the ball much more longer. Maybe if in answer to one call goal, and then things could be much more better for himself right here. Messi to Hula to Neymar, pass it, get it to him. Oh, Hula just runs.
He just ran it. He just didn't care.
That would have been much easier if he just passed it to Neymar, but he didn't. He done it.
Oh, no, not again.
No. That was a definite mistake.
No.
Alisson can't get that. He pushed his players up front without knowing the fact that Dot Mayhem would have gotten the ball right over there. And that is just a bit unfortunate. Oh, no, it's done for. I close my books. This chapter, we can move on to
Whoa. Come on, man. It's 20 minutes in. There's still some time over here for Pavin to bring it back. But if Dot is going to look like this, with Bellingham, of all people, on the ball, looking for a golden opportunity, finally, he gets kept out.
He is, and so much plays have been going on over here. Darth Mayhem has been looking really great. That is across to the far end, no?
Whoa, yeah.
There we go. That's what we like to see coming out from Pavin Drill. Listening to the commentator in real time. No, I'm joking.
The game has just started, guys, and there's 4 goals, man. I don't know what's going on over here. Can we take a breath, please? Because there's just a lot of action left, right, and center. You can definitely see that the stakes are high. Varane running off his mark to defend that one. The ball is being pushed forward. It's Neymar, Bellingham on the ball, somehow still keeping possession over here. Messi, Neymar trying to link up. The link-up play is nowhere to be seen, though. And it's just a back and forth over here, Iro.
It is a back and forth. Neymar with the dribble tries to get a shot, but the defender is there to keep things off. Ramos in the midfield area, and I'd have to agree with you. I don't think he belongs in that play. Maybe Bellingham would have been a far much more better suitable candidate right over there. But that is all about the Nkosi, bringing in strange tactics and shaking up the Umzansi League players. But we are here right now with a great build-up play with Darth Mayhem. It goes over to Messi. Messi, unfortunately, cannot keep that right here. And there's 3 attacks, 3 mid defenders. And the ball stays on to St. Maximum. He's looking good. Neymar still... Oh, nope. He just gets shoved to the ground.
It's so hard to even just keep up with what's going on, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just like up and down. Pavin's trying to defend this side. And the Stars trying to defend that side. And I mean, for now, it's a little bit tame. It's a little bit calm. And this Pavin, though, putting up a lot of pressure on towards Darth's defense. But he's handling it well, so nothing really to worry about. Now, a run on in with Ribari. He gets past the defender. He's got some options in front of him. Maybe another goal in the books here for Darth. But great defense coming in from Pavin.
I like that. Yeah, that was so good from him.
He's on it. We'll see. Vinicius, nice ball in. Now it's Neymar sending it back. Saint Maximin with a great goal in. I don't know. What's the call now? Do you give it your very all? Just exhaust everything in the tank if you're having to just bring it back? Because I mean, there's still a couple goals that he has to bring it back into. But there's some hope. There's some life into the player now. Right now.
I mean, just 2 more, and we're seeing the aggregate score being 2-2. So it's really coming down to the final moments of the first half to see whether or not he can get another goal. And it is looking good, but he passes. And that is going to be an offside pass anyways. Still a couple minutes right over here. If Darth Mayhem is able to lose the ball right here, in which I'm not hoping for, I'm just talking. But we're seeing exactly what happens right here. Over the top pass right here. Neymar with the ball, but it is going to be quite a heavy touch. First half closed and done right over there. But Pavindro needs just 2 more goals. 2 more goals to keep things alive for himself over there. 3 to go into the Umzansi League. Yeah. But is it possible with the second half right there?
And let's not forget, it's championship rules, right? So it's going to extra time if we are, drawn up at the very end, which might be interesting. I haven't seen an extra time since, I think, season 3. There was an extra time in one of the playoff / relegation games. Did we?
We watched it together. It went all the way to penalties, and we were like,
yeah, man, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. So we haven't seen anything.
The penalty shouldn't have happened, but we watched it anyways. Right.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens. if we have to get to that point. For now, Dot's still in control of the game technically, but we'll see how long he can hold up for, because I mean Pavin's really putting up the numbers now to really be a little bit dangerous in the second half of the second leg.
Ramos to Ramos right over here. He passes down to Neymar. Neymar tries to get the dribble. He will get through. He needs one more goal to stay alive and promote into the... No, to get tied. Let me not get too excited yet.
I mean, it's warranted now. We're seeing some fire coming through from this Nkosi Super Cup player. A great pass in.
What a ball! Will it go in?
That'll be kept out.
Run! He does pass, and that is a goal. No ways. Catches that right over there. Beautiful drop down, gets the dive in, and things are looking good. Sergio Ramos being the wall of defense on the corner right there. He takes it in for a short pass onto Vinicius. Vinicius onto Hernandez. Hernandez to Kante. Kante is going to be blocked off right over there. The pressure is alive right now.
Yeah, it's hot, guys. It's 7-6, if I'm not mistaken, on aggregate. So one more goal will tie us up. So that's why we're seeing Pavin just fighting for his very life over here to stay into this one. At this point, it's anyone's game, honestly. Darth, you were looking so good in that first leg, but now it's all coming down the hill, as now inside the box he is, but it'll go out for a corner. Will he play it short? Will he send it in long? It's like he's sending it long. There's a little bit of space for him there to work with, but no, it's going to be the defender to get the better of it. And now Darth really needs to try and find a goal into the situation, just so he can stop panicking, just so he can breathe a little bit. But right now, it's looking like Pavin all day, every day.
It is 58 minutes onto the second half right now. He does lose the ball on that build-up play, and this is looking really great coming up from Pavin. If he can play this one to his advantage, Neymar cuts in, and he's doing the madness, but too much time on that ball is going to cost him a little bit right over there. But it's good to see that he's still on ball possession right now. The Nkosi, with the hunger, he's bringing it in. He's building up his plays, and he's coming in with a lot of fierce right here. But Messi looking
Ain't
good.
No ways Messi got that ball. They're lying. They are lying. Anyways, it's fine. It's been kept out. Here he goes now. This is a dangerous attack for Darth.
Ooh, what a dirty, clean tackle, I have to say.
Yeah, no. I mean, what can you say? Ref said it's cool. Yeah. I guess it's cool. We'll see.
Oh, very open right here. Ribery with his pace. Oh, but he passes on to Neymar. Neymar on to Ribery. Red card. Yes, red card. Not a yellow. But, this is close here. He goes in. Oh, what a save. What a save. Keeping things in lead for Darth Mayhem, but that should have been a straight red card right over there. Don't agree with the ref.
Even me, I'm just like, guys, ref? What's happening?
Mayhem Industries onto the ref right there, I'm telling you.
Yeah, man.
Right here, Pavin Drill. He has been putting in a lot of the ball possession, a lot of the pressure right here, ladies and gentlemen. But it comes down to him scoring another goal in order to keep it fighting. But if that goal is not seen, it is going to finish on aggregate 7-6. Darth Mayhem staying in the Umzansi League. And Pavin Drill's 8 weeks of fighting in the Nkosi comes to the end, and maybe needs to add on to another 8 weeks. Has Saint Maximum runs in. There is a goal. It is extended 8-6 right over here. I don't know if that's now possible for Pavin Drill, especially since we are in the 72nd minute over there. So it's very, very tough. He's had opportunities, some stolen from him, unfortunately, but this is the game of football.
It's so tough that it all has to come down to one game as well, right, man? Like, I mean, you said it's 8 weeks for Pavin, but it's also been about the same for Darth, right? 7 weeks of trying to battle to stay in against the very best. And it has to come down to one game for him as well. And he's showing up in this one game in an opportune moment. He takes the shot in. He wants to secure his spot back in the Umzansi Esports League, hosted by Nordwind Gaming Africa. And it's looking good right now for Darth. Just a moment of an explosion. Ooh, yeah, that was a necessary tackle. That was necessary.
We saw him score in the first. Will
he do it again? He's practicing these, dude. He's there, putting the hours in, clearly. That one doesn't look as good.
Oh, I'm lying!
What? Whoa! What a goal!
What a fantastic blast of a goal right over there. And yeah, now we can close the chapter because he needs to score a mountain of goals. And it doesn't look like that's going to be happening. 13 minutes left here of normal time. Messi on the ball, but Barella coming in as a substitute for Erangel. And maybe that substitute would have worked in his favor if these goals haven't come down to bring his mentality, that hunger that he had at the beginning of this game, comes to an end. Catch with a great dive. Looking beautiful over there. But I really think it is over now.
Yeah, like you said, mountainous, amounts of goals that he has to climb back from for the most part. It's not gonna be easy for him to get it. All I'm gonna say is Darth didn't have to do him like that. He like dangled it in front of him, like, "Hey, dude, you might qualify," and then he just snatched it away in the moment. And even though that was a great turn of and a shot, still gonna lead to a corner. He sends it in, lashing it, but will be contained quite well here by Darth. And now Darth is strategizing for next season, right? Iro, if I'm Darth, I'm thinking like, all right, it's time to watch, those playoffs that's happening next week. I gotta make sure that next season I come back stronger than ever.
Yeah, but it's not only that. I think locally he needs to be also active in the scene as well. Because I mean, he may just have got himself back, dribbling like a magic over there, but he may have bought himself a ticket. Oh, Hulet, what's happening?
What's going on? Guys, please. This is not part of the script.
Yeah, but we saw his season, right? And we saw who he's competing against the next season again. But I don't know if Darth Mayhem, this Darth Mayhem belongs, but not the Darth Mayhem we saw the entire 8 weeks.
Yeah.
So a lot of scripting, a lot of learning for the individual going in. But this was a really great show to sort of come for his Season 5 Umzansi League. A greater number of goals, at least not scored against him this time around, but scored 4. So really well done.
I mean, you say that, but I mean, Pevin put up quite some numbers there. I mean, shout out Pevin, guys, for coming into this battle. It's very funny, right, Pez? Because you'd be like, all right, these are the worst players in Umzansi versus this is actually the best player in Nkosi over 8 weeks, right? Like, come on, guys, you got to give him his respect.
You have to.
Yeah, you definitely have to. But Darth, I said it once, I'll say it again. Once he gets the ball rolling, he goes and goes and goes. And here we are. He's secured his spot in Umzansi. He's not allowing anyone to take his place. But definitely we have to give Pavan his props because he did put up a fight. He didn't make it easy. I wanted to talk about, Pavan bunching up, especially on defense. When he bunched up all of his players on defense, I don't think it really worked in his favor. Iro, what could he have done differently in terms of defending?
Oof, I don't know. I really don't know what he could have done. Some of the goals from Darth Mayhem were really great. The build-up plays, the dribbling as well. I mean, it would have been a far much more goal difference for Darth Mayhem, but his defense was there for Pavan.
Well, definitely he could have done better, but congratulations to Darth on this win. Now we will be pushing to a break. Of course, from FIFA, we'll be moving on to PUBG, and we'll see you in a little short while just for the PUBG segment of everything. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. This is the promotion relegation, but this time it is for PUBG. And joining me today is Viper and Agfire. Viper, how are you feeling about today's
Oh,
matches?
I'm looking forward to see what the teams are going to bring in today. I believe it's going to be really, really hot because we've got teams fighting hard to get into that Umzamzi League, and we've got some fighting, clawing their way back in like they're not today.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really crazy.
And Agfire, how are you feeling about today's games? I know some of your favorite teams are playing today.
Today is, I mean, my heart's really racing, beating. Like, I'm so curious to see who's going to make it all the way to Mzanzi because, it's going to be sort of like an emotional moment for me today. Very, very emotional because there's a lot of teams that I'm just praying, hoping, wishing they make it all the way because I know how hard they've been working for, the past 1 year to get to this stage.
Now, what mindset should these players be in? Considering, today it's not just gonna be three maps. Like yesterday, it's gonna be four maps. Normally, these players are used to having three maps. That's the whole thing. They know that if I don't do well, first map, second map, things can change. But this time, there's four maps, so it's just there's more at stake. Even though you can get more points, you can also just fall flat, even on all four maps. So, Viper, how do you think they will adjust? What mindset should they have for these four maps?
Well, to start with, four maps means more opportunities. So if you know you mess up in the first game, definitely you have more opportunities to get back on that horse and ride it as hard as possible. But also it does mean that you could get tired easily. So you want to try as much as possible to pace yourself, try and get comfortable with the game, and just enjoy the game and play to the best of your ability. It's what you've been training for all through the year, playing through Inkosi. In fact, getting to this point, going through Inkosi is definitely not an easy task. So yeah, getting to this point, you've got what it takes.
I mean, they do have what it takes. They've got to this point. We've seen how they've been playing. I've been paying obviously close attention to the Ngozi players. Those are, they have a special place in my heart because I've been watching all the Ngozi players so much. And now I know that a lot of the Ngozi players, they're really good fraggers. They get many, many, many eliminations. So, Agfire, do you think that playing aggressively for kills will be playing into the hands of the enemies now? Because we all know that a lot of these Nkosi players are really, really, really aggressive and know how to get the kills. But before, let's look at the schedule while you answer that question.
Yeah, I think that they should just go on and be extremely aggressive. Like, we saw teams like, Cryptics, get the kills yesterday and, just move all the way up on that leaderboard. We saw, other guys like ATL Magicians going, for the kills. So I think it's going to be as aggressive or even maybe more than yesterday. Maybe the first match teams are going to take it a bit easy, try to understand themselves a little bit. But as we begin to progress through Sanhok, Miramar, and the last game in Erangel, teams are going to, open up a little bit more.
Let's hope that they, give us the action that we've so desperately been wanting to see. Now, here we have the schedule, Hey, we have Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and back to Erangel again. Now, here we have the squad rosters. We have From Mars, Atrox, we have Raptor Esports, we have Sidemen. These are the teams from Umzansi, and we'll be moving on to the next page shortly. But you know what? I'm excited to see these teams because I haven't seen them before. We also have Your Killer Is, we have Fear, we have Sincerity Esports, we have Delta Squad. These are all of the Umzansi teams, and I'm very excited to see them. Viper, what are your thoughts on the Umzansi teams and how they might perform today?
Yeah, looking at the teams we got here from Zamzi, definitely they're teams that they've played with the tier one. They're basically tier one teams in Africa, majority of them at least, and they've got the experience. Not to say people from Inkosi don't have the experience as well, but yet they've played a lot of games. They've played in professional settings, and definitely I'm looking to see them come in with a lot more experienced play and try to keep themselves in the Umsamzi League.
And here we have Group B. We have Horse Esports, Navi Africa, Citizens Esports, Active Gaming. These are the Nkosi teams. We'll be moving on to the next page to see the rest of the Nkosi teams. and I'm very excited to see them play, especially Horse Esports and Active Gaming. We have the Nightmare Esports, we have Gold Diggers, we have Search and Destroy, and Cyclone Shield Esports. Now, Actfire, you've been with me on the Nkosi side of things. Which teams are you excited to see specifically for today?
I'm thinking the guys from Active Gaming, Cyclone Shields, Nightmare Esports, Citizens. In fact, I can basically just mention all of them because I know how hard they've been working. But I'm curious to see if the Umzansi teams are going to have a bad day like yesterday. Because yesterday we had more Inconsi teams qualifying all the way through. We had about five Inconsi teams and just three Umzansi teams. So I'd be curious to see if that flows on to today's games.
Yes, and of course, here we have Group C, which played yesterday. This is Energy, Royal Demo X, YT Gaming, BBC X. We've seen these teams play yesterday. Yesterday was very entertaining, as we've said before, and I don't know. Hopefully, we'll get to see some of these teams play again. We've seen, the overall leaderboard for who made it and who didn't make it. So I'm excited to see who will be able to make it to the finals and who will come out on top and end up in the Umzansi squad. And we'll be moving on to see the rest of the squad roster. But you know what? It's time for the caster's curse. It's time to be putting our curses on these teams now. If I hear even one of you say Navi Africa, I'm actually going to report you.
Oh,
I'm
so
going
that's your
to
favorite, huh?
I'm going to report you. I'm putting my caster's curse on citizens. So Viper, who's your caster's curse going to?
I want to pick someone from Group B actually, but at the moment I know if I drop the person I'm looking to pick, Tony's probably going to be on my case all day long. But so yeah, I'm just probably going to jump back to Group A and give my caster's blessing right there to Raptors Esports.
Raptor Esports I haven't seen, but you know what? Let's see. Let's see if your caster's curse works or if they prevail over it. Now, Tony, who's your caster's curse going to?
Citizens.
Ha! No man, no man, no man. It can't be two of us. I'll change my caster's curse. I'll give it to Active Gaming.
Ooh,
Just to see
okay.
what just to see what happens. Just to see what happens. Now we know Nightmare Esports. I won't give them any curse, but we know they didn't have the best finish for at the end of the Ngosi Super Cup. Now let's see if they can turn it around because they did make it to promotion relegation. Viper, what are your thoughts on Nightmare Esports' performance throughout the seasons?
Well, to be honest, I would say it's definitely not easy getting up to this point. That's the first thing that crosses my mind. So whether they had some bad days along the line, pushed it a little bit further, they were able to get themselves towards to this position right now. And I believe the fact that they've been able to weather the storm and get up to this position, they've got what it takes. And yeah, they just need to survive a little longer and make see themselves up there in that Zamze League.
Now, Horse Esports are also known for their ability to get those eliminations, as well as honestly just being a threat, and they've become a target in several Nkosi games. Fire, what do you think about the journey Horse Esports has been on?
I mean, things didn't start out as easy for them during the first couple of weeks, but they got back into the rhythm. They are one of those clans that has always been fighting hard to get out of the Nkansi. They've come really close a couple of times, but things just didn't work their way. And I think that they have grown, they have matured, they've come in this season as a very aggressive team, and I'm looking forward to see what they can achieve. I think that they're going to be one of those teams to qualify through.
I definitely do think that they're going to be one of those teams to qualify through. Now, I don't know too much about the Umzansi teams. So, Viper, fill us in on the Umzansi teams and their play styles. You said Raptor Esports. What is their play style? What can they bring to the tournaments, that we may have seen before or maybe haven't seen before?
Well, I guess Raptor Esports isn't a team that actually overly stands out, but they're a team that they try to play it a bit defensively, try to survive for as long as possible, try to get the kills in. But we also have to be on the lookout for a team like Sidemen. They've got players like Nefme. He's got the experience, he's good with the DMRs. Definitely we might be seeing him doing some damage out here if the other teams are not checking their flanks and whatnot. From Mars, they've got a couple of fraggers out there we need to be watching out for. A player like Tobo, the man with the multiple O's in his name. You've got to be watching out for that man. He's a really, really good fragger. Possibly might pick up a couple of MVPs today. Who knows? Aatrox has also been in the scene for quite a while. So definitely a couple of teams out here we've got to watch out for because they've got what it takes. They've got players that know what they are doing, and I would love to see how they would perform in these different settings with the upcoming Inkosi teams. And yeah, that's it's going to be a really, really good day.
Yeah, I hope it's as entertaining as it was yesterday. Yesterday we've seen a lot of the Nkosi teams. They come in with their fresh minds, their fresh ideas, their fresh, tactics, and they do whatever it takes to make it to the end. Even though we do have seasoned players like Cryptics, it doesn't really matter. A lot of the Nkosi teams came in, and it was pretty much a 50 in terms of the Umzansi team's performance and the Nkosi team's performance. It was pretty much a 50-50. So it was sort of like you couldn't even really properly see the difference between the Umzansi and the Nkosi teams because everybody was doing so well yesterday. So Akfire, do you think that'll be replicated in today's matches?
I think so. I think for the first time in a very long time, it almost seems as if when it comes now, I may be biased now, I may be wrong, but from my point of view, it almost seems as if the Mzanzi teams are the ones who are probably the underdogs. Because if you watch yesterday's games, you had teams like Cryptics who, when you look at their achievements, even in other tournaments, they're a very big clan, they're a very big squad. And the same thing today, you have a lot of squads that are, that have achieved a lot outside the Mzanzi and are coming in with that amount of experience. And, they're very organized teams as well. So if the Umzanzi teams do sleep up like the other Umzanzi teams yesterday did, they might just receive a huge shocker, like what happened yesterday. And I do predict that that's probably what's going to happen. It probably may even be worse. We may see more Umzanzi teams going out because this time around the Nkonsi teams coming in are man, they're coming in with a fire that I haven't seen in previous seasons.
They definitely have that fire right under them. They're not taking any prisoners. And I want to see, especially because I've heard a lot of good things about From Mars. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to be keeping my eyes closely on these Umzanzi teams, especially because, we have teams like Search and Destroy who have like a bit of an element of surprise. Sometimes you don't really know what kind of play they're gonna go for. It's easy to tell what Halsey Sports is gonna do because they're so aggressive. But when it comes to teams like Search and Destroy, it's like, what's going on? What are they gonna do? So Viper, what do you think Search and Destroy is gonna go for this time around? Do you think they'll be more passive, more aggressive?
I don't know. Probably anything. One thing I know for sure is that whatever they're gonna do today, they're probably gonna search and destroy, or they're
Yeah.
gonna get found out and get destroyed. So it goes either way.
Okay. Well, thank you for that input. Now the game has gone live, so I will be leaving you with Viper and Agfire, and to all the teams, good luck, have fun, and show us some action.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Here we go. This is the moment that a lot of people have been waiting for. That moment where you get to lay your stake on the game and show some great performances and move all the way up into the Umzanzi. A lot of these teams have been training really hard for this specific moment to show exactly what they are capable of. We got so many different teams here, Viper. We've already dropped our caster course. And right now, so far, when it comes to the casters, the predictions have mostly gone into the Nkansi team so far to perform, and the Umzanzi teams have to really, really show us that they are willing to step things up if they want to perform. All right, so let's take a look at the way this game's gonna be going. We got a map moving all the way from that southeastern region all the way towards that northwest position right there. We do see a couple of teams going towards Georgia Pool, so we might be seeing some great action going down there, Viper. So, how do you think this game's gonna go? Do you think we're gonna have some early action, or teams are just gonna be rotating, and just come in at the end of the day with some, you know, with a lot of action towards the end circle? Yeah.
Yeah, looking at it, I think we've got about 10 teams currently situated, well situated in the circle. So we might be seeing a bit of some of these teams getting a bit comfortable out there, but the early altercations might be happening towards that eastern part. As we can see, we've got a bit of a cluster coming in from about 6 of the teams sitting out there, like Citizens, Mass, just sitting out there. But definitely, we might not be seeing that much of an early game fight, early game play right there. So everyone is just out there trying to get as comfy as possible, but about 2 or 3 zones into this one, definitely might be seeing some engagement happening. But as it stands right now, we are just going to be going over what these teams are going to be giving to us today. Your killer is right out here in Georgia Pool, I believe, just having a time of their life, trying to stay um you know abreast of the gun situation, the ammo situation, trying to get as much as possible into their armory, and just spread out and get the information they need. But they need to be careful as well, because there's about a team just I think that's us esports. Oh, your killer is an us esports might actually be getting into an early one. I would love to see the prowess of us esports in this one. Let's see how this is gonna go, Tony.
All right, so right now we got two teams, two very good teams. We got Your Killer Is and the boys from Horse Esports. We got a really good, one of the best in Consi team so far, Horse Esports, and also a very, very experienced Your Killer Is from the Umzansi. So this is an Consi versus Umzansi matchup. Who is going to win this particular fight? It does look like the boys from Your Killer Is are pretty much just retreating a little bit, not trying to get too close to the boys from Horse Esports. They might be able to rotate away from here without engaging in a fight, but we're curious to see how that one actually does play out. Like for me, I want to see those early fights. I want to see those early engagements between these two guys. But it does look like for now they're both just prioritizing getting their loot on, trying as much as possible to get into a favorable position for now. So we'll see how that one does match up. But the boys from Horse Esports, I don't know. If I was to predict, I would say that Horse Esports are going to chase this one down, because they are one of those aggressive teams. Viper, or do you think otherwise?
Well, at this point, it's really difficult to predict, because early games like this, it could really go in either team's way, because you could have someone that they've not yet encountered for just waiting at the side of the building, just behind the window, just changing the tides of the game, just in a blink of an eye. It could go either way. But as it stands right now, it doesn't seem like we're going to be seeing that engagement. As we can see, your killer is already making their rotations, getting the mobility box check right there. A couple of checkbox you need to get really, really checked in the first 5 minutes of the game. Make sure you've got the vest, make sure you've got the helmet, make sure you've got that mobility down in check. But as that is happening, we can see active gaming dealing multiple damages right there too. That is going to be the guys from Fear Esports already feeling the heat right there from active gaming, and I believe that's the first kill of the game. Yeah, so we've got the first blood coming in from Fear Esports. Quite unfortunate right there. They need the numbers. They need to keep themselves in that Umzansi League. So losing that number early on in this game definitely is not looking good. That seems like right now we can say Inkosi team is currently on the winning leg. It's a 1-0 coming in from Inkosi. What do you think, Tony?
Oh yeah, we'll see how that one continues to play out. Fear Esports, another team that's very dear to me. They have not been having quite an easy time in the Mzansi. They managed to struggle all the way into that semi-final, but for some reason things just did not play out the way that they would have hoped. But I do wish them all the best. I will see how it continues to go for them as they do try as much as possible to maintain their position within the Umzansi. But so far, we have got to have one winner, whether it is the Nkansi teams or the Umzansi teams. And I do get that feeling that the Nkansi teams maybe wanted a little bit more. There's something about their body language, the way they move. I always say body language, like players move differently and all that stuff. But I think there's just a way you press your analog stick aggressively when you're really sure of yourself.
I think it's time for me to go and take that body language course so that I can read the body languages that Actfire is seeing every time. Eh? Anyways, yes, you could see the body language coming in as Actfire has rightly said right there from Inkosi teams does seem like they got that ferocity, that extra spring in their steps right there, looking to get the shots in. But as that is going to be happening, we can be seeing sincerity just right now spreading around, trying to encapsulate around violence. Will violence be bringing in some violence right now? It does seem like he's in a really tight spot. I can see a couple of his teammates back in his background. Is he gonna live up to his name and sling some shots down to protect violence, as he's gonna be dealing some damage down here? But oh no, how's this gonna go right down? 2-on-1 coming in, and that's gonna be violence feeling the heat. He's gonna get taken out real quick, and well, sincerity 1 point on, and we are back to balance between Inkosi and Umzamsi team at the moment.
Remember, we did talk about search and destroy, searching and getting destroyed. That probably has happened right now as they got one of the players taken down right there. We also see some violence coming in from the boys from G2L against Your Killer Ears. And we do see some action going down. There's a couple of players from Your Killer Ears get taken down. Again, some Umzansi teams feeling the heat, feeling the pressure right there as a couple of their players are getting taken down right within this one. But Sincerity Esports, one of those other clans too that has a mad amount of experience, has been doing exceptionally well in the Umzansi, getting themselves, every single season into, a good spot. I'm not sure if they qualify for the finals every season, but they're one of those clans that you do, expect to see in that finals. You do expect to see them, battling it out for that win. But something's not just right for them this season. Maybe it's the IGL or some internal problems, but they're here right now trying to battle it out, but trying to get back into that Nkonsi, and we wish them all the best, and we'll see how that actually does work out for them. But now we do have the boys from Aatrox trying to make that push. It is Umzansi on Umzansi violence, and Aatrox now looking to make that push onto that position where the boys from Mars are currently situated within those buildings. And you can see Zodiac has already moved into that position right there. We also probably have got a third party right there coming in from a player from Gold Diggers MG, who pushes onto that location and boom, gets taken down by Zodiac. And my goodness, we're about to see some great violence going down within this region as several different teams are now looking to make their push.
This is lovely to see. It seems like Aatrox wants to make that push down to From Mass, but it's got to be careful right there as Daddy comes in, gets the confirmation. I feel like From Mass might be in a bit of a vulnerable position. I've also been trying to silently look around to see if I can spot the remaining members of From Mass, but it doesn't seem like they are in the vicinity. If Aatrox can sniff that out and know that they've got more numbers, they've got the numbers advantage on this, and they might just decide to make that pushing. But dear God, look at that! He picks for his second and he's getting beaten from all angles right now from Mars knows this might be the time to get out of dodge. You can see Tobo already making his move out of that position. I would say this is actually a very smart move because they know they don't have that numbers advantage. And if they get crashed on right now, it's going to be a really delicate one. I think Z-God is just getting out of that one by the sliver of his health. That was the really close one. And I would say Aatrox is coming in with the hit on this one. Look at the movements coming in from them right there, Tony.
Man, Aatrox being aggressive in this particular one, looking for those kills, trying as much as possible to get into, a good spot right there and get a good number of eliminations. But we do see the boys from Mars, they're just playing it absolutely smart in this particular game and getting out of that position where they were threatened, while the boys of Aatrox were pushing in, being really cautious in that particular game. And great stuff from the boys from Mars, knowing exactly when to retreat, knowing when to attack, and hold a good position within, that zone. So let's see how it continues to flow. So we still got about 15 teams in this particular one. The boys from Mars getting really close to XIX, Nefmi, Sideman, Nefmi. And we're curious to see if both parties get into a fight right here. But let's see how it continues to build off as we'll now be moving all the way into that third zone. And my goodness, things are going to be looking extremely crazy as we still got about 15 teams left on the lobby.
Well, I gotta bring us back real quick. There is the Groza in play. I repeat, the Groza is in play. You gotta watch out for that Groza, but as it stands right now, we can see Citizen making a very risky rotation right there. I don't know. I would love to see Citizen, making that move forward. Oh, but they've got Lala. He is stuck right there out in the open, surrounded by multiple teams. Gold Digger is going to be the one getting the shots in onto his position right now. Oh, multiple players going down right there from Citizens as that is going from Mans picking off yet another one off the Citizens team. Aatrox already, taking over the buildings where they've got from Mass moving away from. I did understand, I later understood what from Mass was trying to do. They were trying to get coverage over a huge space right there so they could get as much information as possible. But at the point they noticed it's going to be difficult for us to defend this building, they decided to just drop out from that. And I can see also Gold Diggers trying to hold the entrances to the tunnels right over there, and just use that opportunity to be able to move around and give information across that stretch of land, which is also quite a smart play right now. I can see a lot of smart plays coming in from both the teams out here in Nkosi and the teams from Umzamsi. This is going to be an interesting match. They are properly matched up in terms of skills and intellects right now, Tony.
Man, it's a very crazy one. As you can see, we've still got about 15 teams in this lobby right here, as different teams are looking as much as possible to get into a good spot within that zone. Teams now prioritizing placement points, as we did predict the match was going to go. A couple of players have been taken down, as we're down now to 49 players within this particular game. But so far, I do believe, Viper, no team has been eliminated yet. We got a couple of knocks, a couple of eliminations, but so far, there hasn't been any team that has been wiped out in this particular one. You can see them beginning to make the rotations into that zone, trying to find a good spot to call home. And it's a very, 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 very dangerous time for a lot of these teams. We'll be curious to see how things begin to play out as we'll be moving into that fourth zone. We do see on the kill feed some fight coming on between the boys from Navi and the boys from Horse Esports. We did speak about them. The two of them are actually in concede teams who are battling it out to make their way all the way into that Umzansi right here. So guys, do let us know right there in the comments who you guys are supporting. You do see the airdrop with the org inside of it with some full vest. And right now we're turning our sights onto the boys from Navi, who are also getting pushed by Raptors here, Piper.
Wow, this is interesting to see. We could see, oh, Messi is coming up right now. He spots them. How is he going to get inside this? I think he just got stuck right now. This is a really delicate one. Oh, no Messi comes out. It's not going to give a Messi on this one, but we can see the rest of Navi off in the distance looking to render some help to their teammates right now. But the grenade war is in motion. You can see no Messi with the grenade. King Giash has got his grenade out. Navi, but everybody is here an all-out grenade war right now, looking to trade some shots in. But us is currently having the upper hand as they've got the numbers, they've got the grenades, they've got the smokes out. How is this going to turn out? You can see just in the background right now, we've got Raptors, we've got G2 Hell. It is really hot right out here. This is a situation whereby we just have an area where you see how the shots are going to be flying out, how the bars are going to be reducing left, right, and center. I don't know, but I can see Horse actually going out and giving a limp on this one to get the victory.
Horse looking quite good right here. They've still got about a full squad on this particular one. They're taking on shots onto the boys from Navi, trying to do as much damage as they can. On the other end, you have the boys from Raptors, who are looking to get a couple of eliminations on this other side right here, as the boys from G2L are trying as much as possible to keep their numbers in this particular game, as they lose one player right there, getting taken down by Shiva. And now we're down to about 45 players. Teams are struggling to keep themselves within this particular game. No one wants to get eliminated, and things are getting really tight as we are about to move into that fifth zone right here. Things are beginning to shape up to be a Pochinki final circle. There's a lot of different positions to work with, to place within this particular region. So a lot of teams are finding, the tunnels, are finding the ditches to work with to position themselves in. Some are situated within buildings right there. They're really close to each other, but it's a very, very crazy time for a lot of these teams to find positions to call their own. You do see the boys from GTL Payne and Nixon just moving into those buildings right there. Shiva trying to get a knock onto one of the guys, but he gets taken down as well. Now they'll be trying to get that revive as quickly as possible, but you can see that Nate now being sent in by Maxi, and it's a very, very dangerous one. The boys from CLS also pulling up onto this region right here, trying as much as possible to take on the players from Sincerity right there, and it would be curious to see how this one actually does work out. Sincerity just being, at the edge of Pochinki right there, taking on shots onto several different teams, and it's such a very choked up circle right now, Viper, as we still got about 15 teams within this small circle. Oh man, be curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely going to be an hot one. And the energy I'm getting from every single corner of this map, from every single team, from every single barrel of weapon, it's absolutely immense right there. We can see the grenades popping. Raptors right now trying to get yet another shot into the guys right there from I think it was the Nightmare Esports earlier on, but right now it does seem like they've got a lot more teams coming around them right there. As you can see, Cyclone just down behind them. Oh, Mixer just got spotted, gets tagged up a little, but he's going to be in cover just in the nick of time. Nightmare Esports, that's going to be paying, and Mixer left up alive for them, looking to see if they can just stay alive for as long as possible. But we've got Cyclone just off this particular fight, just waiting as much as possible to see if they could get a couple of rotating teams in their sights as well. But Aatrox not having a good day, as they are currently all stuck together between two vehicles, as they are getting the shots in left, right, and center. But man, we are down to 13 teams. This is going to be the time when it starts dropping. The team numbers are going to start dropping like the seconds. It's absolutely bonkers at this moment. The next zone is going to show us a lot, because we might actually be seeing a lot of these teams, heading into that final zone, because this is one of the craziest way to end a fight. Getting a fight, getting the circle to finish in a populated region with a lot of buildings. You are definitely going to see a lot of survivors just waiting it out, just trying to bring in the element of surprise, staying as quietly as possible just to get that surprise. But check this out, Mixer just spotted Money up top, down, inside that one. It's going to drop him real quick. It's such fun to see what is going on right now, Tony.
Man, we're seeing the fight going down between the boys from CLS, and I do believe that's Nightmare Payne trying as much as possible to send in those mollies into those buildings, and it's a very, very tough one for a lot of these teams. We still got about 13 teams right here within the lobby, and 33 players. So a lot of these teams don't have full squads to their names. But just take a look at this from an aerial view. So you've got Sincerity, you've got Your Killer Is, you've got Navi, you've got Seek and Destroy, you've got Horse, you've got the Raptors, all situated within this region, and it's a very, very tough one for a lot of these guys. So we'll see how this one actually does continue to play out for a lot of these teams, and how we're able to end this games right here. Let's take a look at the way things are going to play out as we continue to progress towards the next circle. We'll be moving into our sixth zone, and my goodness, what a way for this first game to end, as it is about to get really, really crazy. It's about to get really dangerous right about now, as several different teams will be looking to move into that zone right here. You can already see the boys from CLS beginning to make their move into that corner. They're trying to get into that ditch right there and push onto that location where you do have the boys from Raptor, Shiva, and Gorilla and Viper. My goodness, things are about to get really crazy. But I believe if CLS can take on this position, judging from the way the map is shaping up, it might be very useful for them.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like a really good position to be, especially if the next one is going to be a bit in their favor. I was just going to make a comment that Aussie Sports still has their full squad alive, but I probably spoke too soon. And check it out. They got two players down. I think that was the third one down, just one left up alive right now. Not looking too good on the side of Aussie Sports as Aatrox is dealing the damage with Samzi on the win for that one. But active game is skinny. He's coming in with the left right jiggle, comes in guard from behind, and he is gonna drop yet another player. Active gaming in the game, currently actively giving it left, right, and center to Sincerity on the receiving end right now. Active gaming has still got three players up alive. Ted Bondi currently bleeding up, but they are looking really strong on this one with one kill point to their name. How is this going to turn out? Will Sincerity be able to come back from this? Oh no, that is going to be active gaming taking that one real quick. Going to go for the confirmations, and Sidemen also getting sent back to the lobby right there in that 13th position with just one elimination. This is what you love to see. Love to see active points right there from active gaming. 3 points. I know Tony is currently smiling, grinning
Yeah,
ear to ear.
absolutely smiling, grinning, my heart beating quite heavy right there, seeing them come against one of the heavy hitters there, Sincerity, and trying as much as possible to grab a position within that particular zone. You can already see things being absolutely difficult. We still got about 12 teams. Look at how choked it is. We're about to move into that sixth zone, and things are looking really, really, really hot right about now. We'll see how it continues to go as we move into, that final circle, and things, start to shape up, quite well for a lot of these guys. But my goodness, what a spectacle that we've seen so far coming in from all of these teams. We've seen the boys CLS popping off right here. We've seen Horse Esports going up against the boys from Aatrox and Aatrox players, trying as much as possible to remain in the game, taking out a couple of players from Horse. And my goodness, what a time it is, as we got several different teams who are looking to get themselves into the zone, into the spots within that small circle, and everyone around is trying as much as possible to hold it down. You can see the boys from Active Gaming trying to hold on different angles, different spots. They're taking on several different positions, waiting for that next circle, waiting as much as possible to see if they can, get those knocks, get those kills, trying to evade, the nades that might be coming into their building. Seek and Destroy is just in front of them, right next to the boys from Aatrox as well. You do have Aatrox that day. I do believe he's the last one for, the team Aatrox right there. And my goodness, what a time it is, as the next zone, we're about to move into the. How many times do you see a sixth zone with 12 teams, Viper?
Yeah,
Not
definitely.
10,
I mentioned it
12.
earlier. It was like Pochinki. You got buildings everywhere. Oh no, we've got to have survivors left, right, and center, man. It's going to be hectic. It is already hectic, and trust me, it's not going to get any easier from me. We can see Navi dead center of this one, picking up kill points. They've got just two players up alive, but Search and Destroy still looking to get some Molotov in, looking to pick up a couple of shots right there. But Oz Esports, unfortunately, is going to get sent back home right there in that 12th position with 4 kill points to their name. Man, this is a really tough game, I must say. This is a really tough game because right now any move is gonna be really, really delicate. But as it stands right there, look at Citizens also getting set out. The next zone 7, is gonna drop a lot of these teams drastically. But I must commend setting up these teams right there, like the CLS, that's going to be Cyclone, Shield Esports, Active Gaming. They are still currently in this one with a full squad, and definitely that's going to be an advantage to them if they coordinate the team well, spread out well, and react actively and effectively to each one of the situations they find themselves, to each one of the zone shifts. Probably they would be able to use that one to their advantage, use that number team number to their advantage as well. So we'd love to see how this one is going to be turning out for them, Tony.
Man, it is very tough time, but several different teams are currently looking really strong as they got full squads. The boys from CLS looking really good in this particular one, because a lot of these teams have a couple of players that have been taken out throughout the entire match, but they were totally resilient to try as much as possible to stay within the game. But you got the guys from CLS Active Gaming who still got full squads within this particular game. Navi is still in it. The Sincerity has got just one player just really within this particular game. Seek Seek, on the other hand, has 3 players, but you do see CLS now beginning to get into a fight right there, as I do believe they've lost one player, they've lost Manny, but CLS now beginning to, get into the fight right there and taking out a player right there. But you do see Seek and Destroy trying to get into a fight right there with the boys from Active Gaming, as we're down to nine teams right here, and Seek and Destroy getting in a fight right there as well, getting the skirmish with the boys from Navi. You do see this Sincerity player just trying to grab Viper, trying to grab those placement points, and my goodness, Raptors get taken out of the game as Seek, Search and Destroy put in the work. Navi goes out. We're down to the top 7. And my goodness, things were now 6. Nightmare got taken out. Viper. My goodness, what is going on?
Man, this is the time. Look at that. Aatrox is still, pulling stones left, right, and center. Search and Destroy. Rogue gets taken out really quickly, but Daddy is going to be pushing up onto this one, wiggling left, right, and center. AK versus the Tommy gun. Which is going to win in this one, Danny boy. I know Roach is a specialist when it comes to those CQCs. Let's see if he's going to be winning this one. He's got another barrel right behind him to give him some support. That's going to be Danny Brown. They've got the smokes all out. They've got everything covered. They can actually, I think CLS at this point they've got something good going in for them right there. But Active Gaming is still down there, looking strong, looking good. Anonymous just going to be playing it really chill, trying to get in information, trying to listen to the footsteps. But we can see the CLS squad is actually getting ready to make that push up as they've started smoking up the whole place. But Dandy, what the heck did you just do? That Bundy with the grenade, and he's going to keep sending it in, looking for the confirmations. But Danny Brown immediately noticing that he's trying to get the heck out of Dodge real quick. Active Gaming looking absolutely mental on this one. How is this going to go down to him? This is crazy.
All right, so it does look like the caster cost is really working for the boys from Active Gaming, as they're able to get a couple of kills right there and finally take out the boys from CLS from this game. They've got only one more player to worry about. It's a 4v1, and they're looking for Willie. But I must commend Sincerity, Willie, just staying in this position and getting into that final circle right there. I mean, they could have gotten wiped out a long time ago, but Willie just got them those placement points, so 12 extra points at the end of the day. And yeah, we'll see how this one does actually play out. But Active Gaming putting in the work in this particular game, being able to get themselves into that final spot. You can see Willie trying as much as possible to see if she can grab those extra points, and that will be the win coming in right there as Ted Bundy goes in and takes out the last player from Sincerity, and Active Gaming getting 25 points right there and getting 10 eliminations, and winner chicken dinner. Lovely stuff.
Yep, nice gameplay right there from Active Gaming, I must say. Really nice way to win that one. They were strong all the way through. Actually they finished that game with a full squad, right?
Congratulations to Active Gaming. Wow, that was a really good play from them with a total damage of 1,468, total eliminations of 10, and 25 points to take home along with that winner chicken dinner. Of course, me and Viper, we're sitting here, and you know what? We know that Act Fire, our friend Tony, is sitting there smiling ear to ear. His eyes are bright.
Very bright. Very bright.
I'm gonna let you go off on, just go and tell us the novel of beautiful words that you have for your favorite team, and tell us what defined Active Gaming's win.
I know they've been working really hard. They've been training. They've been trying as much as possible to practice. All of the teams have been practicing really hard, but what we saw was a very, very tough game for every single team. There were, of course, some elements of luck when it comes to being in the right position at the right time, but they had to take on the fight. They had to take on, Sincerity. And remember, we did speak before the game started that a lot of the Umzansi teams are, probably will underestimate the amount of firepower that's coming in from Nkansi teams, and how much that they have improved and how much that they have been fighting. And that's what we're seeing right here. We're seeing a lot of the Nkansi teams, not being able to, show that they are those tier one Umzansi teams, because the Nkansi guys are coming in and like, we want to take those spots. We want to show that we're good enough. And that's exactly what's happening.
It is exactly what's happening. We saw that, the first two teams that got taken out were Mzwanzi teams. And then at some point, it was just all the Nkosi teams just getting, knocked out. Knocked out. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them were getting knocked out. As soon as that sixth zone pulled in, there were 12 teams. Everything was going crazy. You even saying, what's going on, Viper? So many people started dropping like flies. But then, next thing you know, an Nkosi team is the one that took home the winner chicken dinner. And speaking of, these cracked teams, let's see who is the MVP and who, took home the most kills. Probably someone from Active Gaming, but let's see. Oh, wow, from Atrox. Wow. Okay, so Daddy from Atrox had a damage of 1006, 5 eliminations, survival time 24 and 30 seconds. So congratulations to Daddy from Atrox. Now, Viper, what are your thoughts on this MVP right here?
I would really say Old Daddy it deserves this, because at one point in time I could notice Old Daddy making a push up onto a full squad all by himself, and he was able to get a couple of drops in onto the enemy team. He did put in a lot of work. I hope I got the pronoun right though. But yeah, definitely, that was a good job from Old Daddy, and definitely well deserved effort right there.
Was definitely well deserved. He got so much damage as well. So, you can see that he really, did his best, peaked correctly and everything like that. Now, CLS, I want to talk about how they positioned themselves during the game. Akfa, do you think that they positioned themselves well enough, especially when it came down to surviving, to get to the second place position and taking home all those points?
Yeah, I think that they did very well, especially getting themselves all the way into that third position. They were absolutely outstanding. They were one of the first guys who got into Pochinki, but they had so many different teams around them. You can't really blame them. At some point, they were fighting eight trucks. They were fighting several different guys. They were taking on shots, from Sincerity at some particular point. So it was just a very very choked region. You hardly, I mean, going into that sixth zone, we still had about 12 teams. Understand? So that was really really crazy. It's not every day you see a final circle with about 10 teams in it. So it's I would say they got themselves some good placement points, about 10 points, and that particular one in third place. So yeah, kudos to them at the end of the day.
Yeah, sorry, I've mistaken the CLS for Sincerity, but yeah, they did get a lot of good points and they positioned themselves quite well. Now, I remember saying that a lot of the Nkosi teams will do anything to make sure that their team survives, and Sincerity did just that. Now, let's take a look at the match rankings. We have Active Gaming in first place with a total of 25 points. Atrox coming close with 16 points, followed by Sincerity Esports with 13 points. Your Killer is with 12 points. Cyclone Shield Esports with 12 points. Search and Destroy with 8 points. The Nightmare Esports with 7 points. From Mars with 5 points. Now, before we move on to the next page, Viper, break down how you're feeling about this here match ranking here and how everybody did at the end of that first map.
Yeah, to be honest, looking at what I got right here, right now, and relating it to exactly how each one of these teams played their games today, I would say this is all probably, this is reflective of how each one of them got their gameplays down. Atrox did put in a lot of work. I think they were even the ones that took out us esports at one point in time. Sincerity not doing too bad. That solo player that was left for them that survived till the very end brought in that placement point for them. Well, all thanks to the number of buildings available in Pochinki and an element of luck right there. So definitely looking through this first page, we can see a lot of these teams work really hard to get to this point. Search and Destroy, at one point getting destroyed, but was still able to pull themselves up to that eight total points right there. Nightmare not doing too badly as well. I know they were really, really trying hard with CLS at one point and Atrox as well. Active Gaming absolutely devastating in this one, managing through these buildings and using the numbers advantage to their, to their support right there. So definitely every single team out here deserves it. I was expecting to see a lot more from Mars. Maybe in the upcoming games we're going to be seeing much more. But yeah, it's looking really strong. And on this first page, I can see a couple of Nkosi teams just sitting pretty out there as well. So lovely to see.
Now, with regards to Sincerity Esports, we see that they relied on the placement points. Agfire, do you think that they will perform a bit more, or would you like them to perform a bit more with regards to eliminations, and try not to be as, I don't want to say easy to kill, but what do you think they can do better to be able to get those eliminations and not just have to rely on placement points?
I'm not really sure. I mean, they did the right thing. We did the right thing. Just trying as much as possible to get them those extra points right there, and that actually worked for them. It's a strategy. If that's what you want to do. I mean, if they go on throughout the day and they continue racking in those placement points, then yeah. But at some point in time, you're going to need to fight. You're going to need to be winning. Your battles, and it's not like they were not fighting. It's just the area was just way too choked. They held their position at some particular point against, I don't know what team they were fighting, whether it was CLS. I'm not sure what team exactly, but they held their position quite well at some particular points. But they came up against the boys from Active, who just wanted the win. They wanted to take on that particular game, and yeah, sometimes it's just like that. You just have to fight your way through. If you win, then you go on. I mean, if they had won that fight, they might have been the ones who went on to win the game. But then it was Active who came out on top, and it is what it is.
It definitely is what it is. How the cards are dealt is how they're dealt, and we just have to move on to the next map, which will be Sanhok. We will be seeing how these teams perform on that map. That map is definitely a non-prediction type of map. We don't know what's going to happen. Could start off slow, which it has been starting off as of late, but that map is meant for chaos. So I'm hoping that we see a lot of chaos. Here we see Horse Esports and Navi Africa with the exact same placement points. One placement point, 4 eliminations, and total points of 5. Clearly, the caster's curse has worked in favor of both of you, and it did not work for me. So I think your curses are actually curses, and mine's are blessings. So I'm gonna switch it up. I don't wanna curse Active Gaming anymore. I'm gonna curse like Horsey Sports or something. No, I'm gonna bless Horsey Sports. There we go. Bye. Are you gonna switch yours from Raptor Esports, or are you gonna stay the same? Okay, and Agfire?
Active Gaming all the way.
No, but yours is an actual curse. So actually, what you're saying is you want your team
No.
to
It's gonna be blessing. Blessing. Giving them a full blessing. Octopus blessing. Winner, chicken dinner, the second game. Octopus has spoken. Can you see my tentacles? Ooh, every time I bring them out, trust me, the team does well. When I mentioned it for Cryptics yesterday, do you remember? You remember what they did the next game? Yeah, I'm bringing it out for Active.
But also, you said it for Citizens, and then look where they scored on the leaderboard for the first match.
No. I didn't bring out the Octopus for Citizens. Okay. I just, yeah. But this now is my special power. Active, the Octopus. Yeah.
No, but you know what? Active is not Cryptics. You can't put them in the same. They work hard.
I know.
They're very talented,
I know.
but they're not the same teams.
I know, but still, Octopus has spoken.
Octopus has spoken. Okay, let's.
I'm loving this.
Do what the octopus must do. No, but I actually believe in the octopus, so that's kind of crazy. But okay, we will be pushing to the break now, and we'll see you soon with the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. Welcome back to the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. This is the promotion relegations playoffs. This is for PUBG, and of course, we have just finished our first map for Erangel. We have seen these teams, fight for their spot, and even though it was a little bit of a cramped little zone over there, you know, Active Gaming did come out on top. They played it quite well with their positioning and everything. And now we have to go to Sanhok and see how they'll do on this next map. So, guys, do you have any? I mean, I know it's hard to predict what's going to happen on Sanhok, but do you think that any specific teams will come out on top? And Actfire, you are not allowed to say Active Gaming.
Aha.
Go ahead,
Okay,
go ahead.
okay. Well, I think a certain act team will do well. Since you said I can't say active gaming. Okay. I mean, I do believe the boys from Horse are going to come out, try to perform a lot better. I think they usually land in boot camp, so we might see some early action going down there. Um, it's going to be really tight, but I think teams are going to go a bit more for, like the elimination. So we're going to see a lot of third parties. We're going to see a very aggressive game. I don't think it will be as jam packed as it was in that Erangel game because I don't know. I don't think so. Except the game finishes in boot camp, then yeah, maybe we'll see like the same kind of zone with the six zone having 12 teams. But hopefully we don't see that because you want teams to have the space to be able to fight and get into their own rhythm.
Viper, do you think that the zone is going to land in a water zone, or would you like it to land in a water zone, or what kind of space would you like the zone to land in?
As of right now, seeing what the first game did, I would actually prefer that the teams out here get some sort of open land or somewhere with a bit of valley, hills and valleys, so we can see them actually, getting the opportunity to make some rotations around each other, get some positioning, get some open push fights, and not just use that cover of the building to survive for as long as possible. I want to see the teams bringing in a lot more of what they've trained on, bringing in the tactics, using that gun skills to their advantage, using the team synergy they've got, making sure every single thing they've, trained on is put to use at this point in time. So definitely we do know Sanhok is one map that is a really quick paced map and it's really small. A single shot is going to alert every single team in the vicinity to your area. So definitely I want to see the teams moving really quickly and reacting to every single little sounds that come out from their vicinity.
I mean I understand your decision, because actually I want the only thing for them to be able to hide behind is a tree, and that's it. They must just hide behind a tree and just fight, because I don't like the slow gaming. No, I don't like slow gaming. I like it when a team can just take the fight. Let's, because honestly, in that first map, it did seem like all the teams are a little bit not scared, rather hesitant. Like they were a bit
Cautious.
too
Yeah.
cautious, a little bit too cautious to take each other's fights, and that's why there was 12 teams after the sixth zone. No, 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 no. We can't have 12 teams in the sixth zone. So, Akfire, do you think that they should be taking each other out a little bit earlier so that we don't have a cramped zone, especially in a map like Sanhok?
I think you can't really blame the teams, because you have to sort of like understand where they're coming from, right? They've been working hard for a very long time to get to this particular position, for teams like the Nkonsi teams. And it's like when you fought all the way every single week to make it up the leaderboard in Nkonsi and then get to the stage, you're obviously going to be a little bit cautious. Now, for the Umzansi guys, it will be a nightmare for each and every one of those guys to move down and try to battle it all the way from Nkonsi again. So it's like nobody, it's not just about you know that one game. It's just because of what it stands for at the end of the day. What you're losing if you don't do well. So for that reason, you would pause and think a little bit. You would dial your aggression down a little bit. So what we're going to see is that as the games continue to progress, teams will be a bit more flexible. The teams who have gathered points all the way in the first and the second game will be a lot more flexible in the third and then the fourth. So that's basically what we're going to see. Teams will lose it up, but we just have to let things flow naturally.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. They have a lot to lose. And imagine going through all of this only to sort of de-rank and then have to go through the whole 8 week process just to fight promotion relegation and then get back into Mzansi and then try to win that. It's a lot to deal with. So I do understand the pressure that they're under. And I think that they'll rise to the occasion. The Umzansi teams, do you think that they are still the underdogs though, Tony?
Um, in this particular game, I think it's been pretty much evenly matched between the Mzanzi and the Nkonsi teams. Well, judging from the first game, we'll still see as we continue to progress. But they've been very well evenly matched on both ends.
Do you think that they're the underdogs, Viper?
I've never been of the opinion that they were the underdogs because yes, they've been in some really, really tough matches as well. They've got the experience. Fine, they might not have been doing too well in Zamzi, leading to them being relegated. But at the same time, you need to put in consideration that the caliber of teams up there in Zamzi is definitely on another level, and for them to be able to survive to a certain extent out there, those means like they've got their onions quite well cut, and up in this promotion relegation, you wouldn't expect them to do too bad as well.
Now, do you think that they'll be pulling out some heel strats in this particular game of Sanhok, or will we be leaving the passive strategies for Miramar, Viper?
Yep. Yeah, I know. To in this particular match, we definitely should be seeing some East strat. What do you think, Tony?
Well, I think that we should push the game. So I will see you guys in a little bit. And I'll leave you guys with Viper and Nightfire. To all the teams, good luck and have fun.
All right. So to answer your question, Viper, do I think we're going to see some heel strats in this particular game? I very, very much think so. Because just looking at the way teams are going to possibly try to play, they're going to want to get those points. But yeah, we'll see how that one does go. Taking a look at the map right now, we do see some teams just landing around that region in boot camp. We also see some potential teams. I do believe it's boys from Atrox and Active Gaming heading towards that region right there in Camp Bravo. So we're going to be seeing some action going down on two separate sides. But right here is the boys from Halls, like we did speak about landing in boot camp right here, coming against the boys from Mars, and it'll be curious to see how they do perform in this particular stage. Mars just hanging around the regions outside that center building right there. And Viper, who do you think is going to potentially win the skirmish between these two teams?
Well, it's a difficult one to call. We're seeing a very, very strong team from the Umzamzi League, that's the Aussie Esports, and we're seeing a team that has got individually good players, and sometimes they pull it together and they output some really, really amazing games as a team as well. So definitely, to give that prediction at this point in time is a really, really tough one. But on the other side of things, we can see Navi already picking up a couple of kills against guys from Cyclone Shield Esports, but us esports right now is what I am focused on, and I want to see how this is going to turn out. From us getting that surrounding flanks and positioning dead to mark right there, but we can see us esports is trying to stick together at the same time, cover every angle, try to get as much positioning as they can. Oh, Klaus is it's a bit on a what you must say right now. It's a bit on that risky move real quick. You can see Mass Esport they're looking from every single angle possible, but the problem they have right now, Tony, I must say, is that they are quite separated. If us decides to pull a quick one and overload on certain players and take them down one after the other, that might actually be a really risky play from Mass.
Yeah, I think they're trying to circle around them to see if Hawes sort of like makes a mistake, one or two players gets into an angle that would expose them, and then they can take advantage of that. So it may work out in the favor, but if the boys from Hawes understand that, then they can push onto one particular region, like that spot where Tubbo is currently situated at. He's all alone right there, and you can see Zigod is alone in this position that Klaus is pushing onto, and the only support he has is Unknown, who has now pushed onto that region, and it makes it really difficult for him because now he's in a situation where the boys from Hawes Esports can't get a knock onto him, and you can see right there King Yash now coming into that location and is able to get a knock. Now the rest of the teammates have got to now come in, but they're down one man right there, Viper, and it may already be too late for them as Force Esports has pushed into this location with a full squad. You can see the rest of the team right there now beginning to come in, and 2 players down for the team Mars, but both teams are trying as much as possible to fight it out.
Nice one from Klaus. That was a beautiful movement from Klaus right there, going prone just in the nick of time. How did he think of that? This man is thinking on his feet. That was absolutely beautiful from Klaus, getting that clutch right there for his team. But as that is happening, you can see Active Gaming right now. They've lost one. They've got one on full health, but right there, it's not looking too hot, as well as they are going up against the guys from Aatrox Gaming. It's after it's from all sides. How is this going to turn out? We can see a quick reset coming in from Active Gaming. Wow, this is amazingly terrifying at this point in time for each one of these teams, seeing how well Active Gaming did in the last game. They need to keep this together. Actros does seem like they are looking for all the angles, the grenades, the smokes coming out real quick. How is this going to turn out? Sidesmen on the receiving end as well. Tony, I wasn't really expecting to see a lot of teams eating up against each other this early, though.
Yeah, teams landing in each other's draw spots. You do see things like that happening, especially in Sanhok, where several different people don't know, their landing spot. You can see the boys from Active Gaming getting another knock like there as Ninja does take out Daddy, and now begins the push right about now. The boys from Active Gaming do have another player taken down, but now Aatrox down to the last guy. They're down to just Zodiac, and the boys from Active Gaming have 2 players who are currently up within this particular region, and you can now see the last one right there from Aatrox trying to push up onto 2 players from Active Gaming, and it is really tough for the boys from Aatrox, who are trying as much as possible to remain within this game. You can see Zodiac trying to evade the shots that are coming in, and he's trying to go in for that thirst, but Zodiac is able to get another knock. But at the end of the day, Active Gaming winning that particular fight, losing 1 man in that fight. But my goodness, what a team to take out quite early, as they do take out the boys from Aatrox.
Oh, I love the fact that Active Gaming stuck together as a team right there. That teamwork was what brought them on top in this particular fight, because we could see Zodiac had the moves, he had the gun skill, he was able to wiggle, he was able to get the knocks, but unfortunately, there's only so much you can do when there's multiple barrels pointing towards your direction, emptying a lot of slugs into you. There's only so much wiggle, there's only so much return fire you can give at that point in time. But it was absolutely good work right there from Aatrox right there. It's not for lack of effort, but unfortunately they did not win that particular engagement right there with Active Gaming looking strong on that one. And yeah, at this point my heart is already racing, Tony, and we're just about 7 minutes into the game, bro.
Man, absolutely crazy. We already begin to see the boys from Citizens as well getting taken down right there by Raptors. And my goodness, what is going on? Ashiva is just getting knock up on knock onto Citizens. And right now, Citizens are down to just a 1 player. It's just Kumalala that's currently left, and Shiva is just doing damage upon damage. At this particular point in time, it is Shiva versus the boys from Citizens, and you can see Shiva going in right there for that finish. And Viper, man, take us to this one.
Bruh, I think active gaming citizens just got snoozing. They got caught snoozing just right there because I reckon they just came in to pick up a couple of the vehicles for mobility, and Shiva was just laying in wait and he caught them just slacking a little bit. You know when they say you snooze you lose at that point, that is definitely a perfect and accurate saying for what just happened right there. Shiva picking up those kill points as quickly as possible. You could see he was quite level headed and he made it work for them. Lala's got to get out of that one as the Nets are going to be rocking down towards their direction. But check it out, the full squad from Raptor is on the spot, ready to finish what they started. But no, Lala is going to be on the receiving end of this one. Citizens is in a lot of trouble right there. You can see the last man from them already taking to his heels. He's going to be swimming straight out of that one. 11 keeping it together for the team right there. It's going to be a game of survival for him at the moment. At least they're still in this one, Tony. He's just going to survive, pull a sincerity for this one.
Yeah, citizens have got to find a way to, bring a rabbit out of the hat in this particular game. 11 trying to keep them in this one. I'm really surprised to see the performances that's coming down from them because I did expect to see, the boys from citizens who had a great time throughout the entire Inconsi and several different competitions come into this particular one and storm the lobby. But it's just a second game. They still got two more games to go to continue to now begin to get into their rhythm. So we'll see how it actually does pan out in several other maps. For now, this one is almost gone. The 11 has just got to find a way to keep them alive in this particular one if the boys from Raptors don't spot them. But Shiva is pretty much just snoozing around, trying to sniff 11 around. He can literally just smell 11's scent as you can see him just looking around that spot. But now that his sight has been turned away and they're trying to move, as a team, maybe 11 might have a chance to stay alive in this particular.
Yeah, definitely looking for that chance to stay alive. It's gonna be 11. I'm pretty sure his teammates has got a lot of words for him right now. Bro, play it slow, bro. Just stay in the water, bro. Don't do nothing. Keep it chill. We need to stay in this. I'm pretty sure a lot of them are just saying a lot into his head right now. Raptors are there like feeling pumped, like yes, Viper has cast across us properly. It's going in the right direction for us, and I'm like, oh yes, you guys are doing quite good at the moment, and I hope you keep this tempo up throughout the rest of the game. But as it stands right now, the tempo of the game has quite calmed down a little bit, and we're not seeing that much shots getting fired all around. As we're about 10 minutes into the game, but as I just said that, we can see us esports getting hit hard right now by your killer. Is getting that confirmation, but they are not letting that deter them from making that push up. As this man T77 on his own is trying to make it happen for his team. We can see him quickly get into retreat really quickly because he knows the Oz team is trying hard to push up onto his position, but Klaus on that up top position looking for the angles, but the grenades are going to start flying out. This is Africa. We know Africa is the grenade region, and definitely every single fight you see, the first thing you see is getting thrown out is grenades just to try and spot the enemy team, get that advantage up. And we are at an impasse right now. It is going to be a 4v3 coming in from us esports and your killer is.
All right, so several different teams that we had predicted to do absolutely amazing at this particular one, having a tough time so far. The boys from Halls, and Citizens not having quite a great game, but let's see how it continues to build up for the boys from Halls Esports right here as they are looking as much as possible to get themselves those extra points. You can see them just being absolutely cautious in this particular one. Klaus and his boys trying as much as possible not to overextend onto that region. Also on the kill field, we do see the boys from Active Gaming coming up against the boys from Sidemen, as three of the players from Sidemen have currently been taken down right there. And it does look like Active Gaming is now looking to get those confirmed and those kills. We did speak about them going absolutely amazing in this particular game before the game started. And my goodness, lovely stuff coming on right there in that particular one. So let's take a look at the way things are currently going to build. We still got about 13 teams in this particular one with so much damage done so far. We got 38 players left in this particular one. We're about to move into our third zone of the night. And my goodness, what a time. What a great game we've seen so far. Mad aggression coming in from all the corners. Viper, is this game going the way you thought it would?
To be honest, it's been all shades of unexpected happenings earlier in this game. You can see citizens getting rained on out there by Raptors. Shiva and it's just one player left for them. That's 11, and your killer is right now just trying to rotate out of this position away from Aussie Sport. I would have expected maybe a lot more aggressive plays because Aussie Sport already lost the player. It's going to be a two before a 3v4 as of right now, but it just seems like they want to play it a little bit cautiously, a little bit calm. Possibly they've got their high set on that airdrop off in the distance, but I don't know. They've got to be careful as well because check it out, Navi has still got one player down there. Might be the last one left up alive for them, but not too far off in the distance. It's also going to be Cyclone. So as of right now, a lot of unexpected things can happen right there. We can see some ambush being set up. We can see some teams just playing it chill, waiting to see if they can catch anyone on the rotations. Right now, I would say your killer is pretty much sitting ducks because if we've got a team moving in the vicinity in the high ground right around them, then they are going to be in a lot of trouble. It's just going to be pretty much like a shooting range kind of situation right there.
All right, lovely, lovely, lovely stuff going down right there. So Yokila is just moving away from that region within, Painan, not looking to take that risk against Horse Esports, trying as much as possible to keep themselves alive in this game. But I don't like that, Viper. I don't actually like that. For me, right, them going in and pushing up against the boys from Horse Esports and taking them out of the game is what I would have preferred, because you have the numbers, so just go in, get those kills. But they obviously have like a different game plan, on that one. What do you think? Do you think that you would be advising them, hey, go in and get those kills, or they did the right thing?
At this point, it's a game of whatever works. I'm pretty sure they've got that. They really had that debate amongst themselves. Do we want to risk it? Is it worth it? Do we want to lose one or
Mm,
two players this early on in the game as
mm-hmm,
opposed to keeping
mm-hmm.
every single player alive? That number game could actually work in our favor later on. So they decided let's take the risk, let's rotate out of this position, and that is what they went for. But check this out right now. Gorilla spotting MG on top of that one goes for a couple of spray, but unfortunately could not fully connect those shots. I felt if his teammate had supported him with a couple of those shots, maybe they could have gotten that knock right there. But it is what it is. Maybe they don't want to give away too much information about their position and the kind of guns they are using at that point, their strength, their power. But yeah, it is what it is. Let's see how this one is going to be going as Active Gaming is on the receiving end right now. We've got a couple of shots getting sent towards their direction. Gold diggers looking to deal the damage. Ted Bundy might come to the rescue real quick right there. And whew, a lot of uncertainties around the map right now. But as it stands, Active Gaming, Raptors Esports, they've been able to gather a huge point, kill point at least as it stands of right now.
All right, so several different put spots right there, as we do see the boys from Sidemen finally getting taken out, as the boys from Active Gaming now take out the last player from Sidemen, and it has been a tough time for Nefme and his boys to continue to grab in those points right in this particular one. But lovely, lovely stuff coming in from several different teams. You can see Your Killer is has one player who is currently down, Caramel. And my goodness, this is where things now begin to get really violent as Raptors is looking to take on shots onto several different players around. And we're about to move into that fourth zone. So this is where things now begin to get choked, things now begin to get interesting, with 36 teams trying as much as possible to find a spot within this region right here. We do see the boys from Active Gaming getting really close to the boys from Raptors, and the boys from Raptors holding a good spot. But Your Killer is coming back with the vengeance right there, as they do take Shiva down on that particular one. And we might be seeing a third party coming in from both Active Gaming and the boys from Gold Diggers into this particular position where there's a fight. And because Viper, whenever the shots going on, you always see these teams trying as much as possible to come in and to get that third party.
Yeah, definitely third party, conscious teams out there. But as it stands right now, I can see Active Gaming trying to get some sort of spread out, trying to get a feel for their environment, trying to get the information in. Possibly, I think they might actually be gearing up to make a push onto Raptors. But don't hold me on that. But I would love to see how that one is going to turn out for either of these teams right there. There's quite a circle of teams right on this angle. I think Shiva RUP should be really, really careful on this one. 11 is still up alive under that water, man. 11. Okay. Oh, I think I jinxed him. I jinxed him. I
Citizens
jinxed
getting
him.
taken out in 12th place right there as they get sent back into the lobby by CLS. That player from CLS right there getting that one. But kudos to 11 as he was able to get 2 knocks before he finally got taken down by Isaac. And CLS in a whole lot of trouble right there as they're down to just the last player. You can see several different teams now trying to move all the way into that zone. Active Gaming holding a good position. They do have the height advantage as they're up on that mountain. You do see Yorkila East and Raptors just taking on shots to each other at this particular point in time while they're trying to rotate into that zone. You can see Raptors, pretty much just edging it right now, and they will continue to move quite closer to the boys from Your Killer Is. But my goodness, as we're moving on to that 5th zone, things are not looking too great with Caramel getting taken down by Shiva. And this is where things now begin to get really, really, really interesting as well. About to get into our top 10 teams.
We are about to drop it into the third 10 teams. As you said, your killer is might be in a bit of a pinch right there. They are just on the edge of the zone, about to make their way in. But we've got Raptors just sitting right on that edge, waiting for them to make the push forward, waiting to draw, just a hammer in the bullets right there. But I think they've noticed that they are currently being zone kept right there, and they need to use the topography of the environment to their advantage. But D-Gun gotta be careful on that. What? The movement with that man, but the zone might just get him right there. He's up against violence and he got the shot in. Will he push up in? Will he heal up? He did not heal up, and the play zone is
Oh,
gonna get him. That's gonna be
Navi,
Navi out in 11th place.
Navi G Don is gone. And that
Yep.
will be the end of Navi in this particular game. We also see CLS trying to battle it out with G2L right there as they do get themselves taking down. Isaac trying as much as possible to get those knocks. The boys from CLS down to just 2 players left in this particular one. They're outside the zone. Isaac trying as much as possible to hold his own in this particular one as the zone, could be doing some damage. And Roach is trying to encroach into that zone as well. They got several different teams in front of them. The zone doing a lot of damage. Fear Esports is also in this one as you do see Tratra and the rest making their way onto that zone. We're down to the 9 teams left, 26 players in this particular one. And my goodness, what a tough time for a lot of these teams. As you can see right there, it is Tratra trying as much as possible to get a knock in that particular position as he does take Messi down. But at the same time, your killer is able to put in the work right there. Fear not looking too good as the down. I do believe to just 2 players left in that particular position. Raptors trying to make their way up into that zone as well. Shiva getting a knock onto Caramel. And my goodness, how many times have we seen Caramel getting knocked by Shiva in this particular game? What?
Yeah, it's one of those situations whereby a player is just bullying you at that point in time. But Fear Esports trying to just get that flank position in, trying to just get it down. But the grenade exchange is going to be happening right now. Swags currently having to fight your killer is as well as the zone, as well as multiple grenades be sent towards the position. Fear not looking too strong as of right now. Raptors is going to be picking up the kill points on that one, and they have the ability to focus on whatever is in front of them right now, which is going to be us esports, which is going to be the guys from Active Gaming. But Shiva, what, this man has been on fire. Shiva,
Not only
wow.
has he been on fire, he's been on your killer is his case throughout this particular game. And my goodness, what a day, what a day, what a day. But GD on the other end has been on Active Gaming's case as they have been in a skirmish since, and right now the boys from Active Gaming now finally taking out the gold diggers from this game, and we're down to seven teams left in this particular one. My goodness, what a time, what a game! As we do see a lot of damage being done to several different teams as as we're about to enter into that sixth zone right there. What a time. What a great game that we've seen so far. The Boys of Raptors still holding in a full squad right there as Active Gaming are down to, I do believe, two players. They have one player, Ninja, who has now been lobbied, has been taken down right there. And right about now, it is the boys Ted Bundy and God trying as much as possible to hold things down right there. But I do believe it is Horse Esports who has sort of that central position in this particular one. We see Sincerity losing one player right there, Desire to the zone. And we're curious to see how this one actually does play out as we now begin to move into that final circle in this particular game. Raptors with a full squad Viper. And if they're able to somehow make their way into that zone, they might be able to seal this game.
He's got his head on a swivel, just looking at every single angle possible right here. How is this going to work out for them? Oz Esports with 2 men alive, and they are playing this together beautifully. Ted Bundy getting spotted right now by Victor. Victor is going to be playing spoiler on this one, but is gonna be a crazy one as we've got Sincerity finding their way getting into top 6, man. Sincerity is doing quite a beautiful job, I must say. Look at Willie just chilling right out there, and us esports have found a way to put their players back together. So it is gonna be us esports, it's gonna be Sincerity, it's gonna be Raptors right here. And where are the rest of the teams? Healing up, Tony?
Yeah, the rest of the teams are pretty much in that heel strut right about now. We do see Active Gaming going out in sixth position. They got 11 eliminations in that particular one, so a whole lot of points in that game. All right, but we got Horse Esports finding a way into that great position right there. Seek, search, and destroy, trying as much as possible to get themselves points, and it blows us
Ta-da.
a kiss goodbye, and that will be the end for Rogue. Now down to 4 teams in this particular one. We got Sincerity Wheelie again finding a way to battle it in to a top position. So like we said, this may just be their strategy. Like we said before the beginning of the game, it may just be get the placement points as much as we can, and Willie is doing that for the team.
Yeah, survive. That's the name of the game. But Rebel is actually looking to get the kill on this one. But check it out. He gets Rebel, confirms him. This might just be the chance for Raptor to, come in and sweep the kill on this one. But that is going to be Victor up top right now. We are down to a 1v1. It's going to be Victor versus Klaus. Klaus has got that perfect positioning with the building to cover. And he's got the zone. So I don't know. See, he has eyes on his position as well. It's only going to be a beautiful, well placed, accurate shot right there from Victor that would let him win. This one is going to be unloading the grenades onto his position right now. Ooh, I think it's pretty clear cut that Klaus has got this, but could there be something that happens along the line, Tony?
And I can't really be too sure. These two players are absolutely outstanding. As you can see, they're just sending on the shots to each other right about now. But my goodness, it is the boys from Horse Esports winning that particular game at the end of the day and grabbing home that winner chicken dinner. They get themselves 8 eliminations along the way, 23 points. But my goodness, we did say that Horse Esports was going to come in and perform quite well, and they delivered the goods at the end of the day.
Yeah. Amazing job right there from us esports, living up to the name, being aggressive, got almost all the play, got two players into the zone, into that final zone, but at the same time, the two players did not just go sit at the center, they went actively and sat in different positions right there to, clutch that victory for their team.
Well, congratulations to Esports on this winner chicken dinner. Total damage of 1,515, total eliminations 8 and 23 points to take home with them. Wow, I'm very, very proud of this team because I knew they were capable, and here they are proving me right. Of course, my Costas Chris did not work. It wasn't Navi, but you know what? It's just another team that I did have faith in. So I'm very, very, very happy to see them here. I want to talk a little bit about their performance. So, Viper, what are your thoughts on the Horsey Sports' performance?
Yeah, us came in with a really good prototype. I would say they were fluid. They got the information down and they shared the information between each one of the teammates. You could see they had the duos moving into that final circle. They were able to take down the whole lot from Raptors Esports. They literally single-handedly took out Raptors Esports right there, and that they made use of the information they had, they made use of the zone, pushed into the right particular position. I would give a lot of kudos to the IGL. He managed that team quite well moving into that final zone, and it's a well-deserved win for us Esports.
It definitely is a well-deserved win. And Sincerity, of course, Sincerity just coming out with, again, doing everything they can do to make sure that they, get to the end, get those points with almost zero kills at some points. And I was like, then they're probably not going to get any kills. They're just going to get those placement points. And then he found that one kill on that whole esports member and then ended up getting taken out by Victor. So it was a very, good play from Sincerity. I think they were sort of focusing on maybe if I stay quiet, they'll forget I'm here. And it seems like every team did forget that Sincerity was there, because Sincerity really crawled their way to that last zone and got all those placement points to help their team out. William did amazing. Agfire, what are your thoughts on Sincerity?
I mean, if that's the plan, if they keep getting themselves into that top five every match, maybe they can get 40 something points and qualify at the end of the day. It may work. It may work. That may just be their plan. And I believe if they probably do it, if they're able to get about 10 extra points in this game as well, then maybe they may feel a bit more confident to take on more fights in the next game. Who knows? But I think teams are going to be more open in the next game. So we'll see how they perform.
And definitely how Raptors were taken out by, I'm pretty sure it was a Horse Esports member. Raptors Shiva also took out so many people. And I remember at some point, Viper, you were saying, what is going on here? Shiva just absolutely went crazy. And here we go with our MVP Shiva, of course, with a damage of 1,420, 6 eliminations, survival time of 21 minutes and 28 seconds. Viper, please talk a little bit about Shiva and their performance. Honestly, I think it's Shiva versus everyone.
It all started out from the beginning of the game. Its momentum was kicked from the very beginning of the game when it caught Citizens lacking right out, getting some vehicles right there, and I was able to just knock three out in quick succession. I think once one succeeded in escaping, but the teammates came in and then took down the rest of the team. But yeah, definitely Shiva throughout this game was a really really smart player, was in the right place at the right time, and was giving a lot of trouble to a lot of the teams that were around him. Just kept knocking players left, right, and center. Your killer is was also on the receiving end for them. They stuck together as a team, and Shiva was right at the center of that team, making sure the teamwork did not go to waste.
They definitely did an amazing job. Now, Agfire, do you think that the Raptors brought a bit of creativity in their playstyle? Let's look at the match ranking as you answer that question.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Do you think that Raptors brought a bit of creativity in their playstyle?
I think so. I mean, Shiva put in a really, really great game. You can see that point where he was troubling the boys from Yo Killer is throughout. Yo Killer is was having quite a decent game. At the beginning of the of the match, but somehow they just met the Raptors, and Shiva just kept tormenting them throughout, just took down Karama. I think there was a point where he could have had more kills because there was one he took down Karama a couple of times, like he got a couple of knocks, onto so many different players, but he didn't quite get the finishes. So yeah, it was a beautiful, lovely game coming in from them. But at the end of the day, they came second. They didn't grab those extra 3 points, but lovely game still.
They did have a lovely game, and it shows in this match ranking because they have the exact same points as Horse Esports. And, that shows that they are the top contenders. They're putting a major target on their backs. And here on the second page, we have Your Killer is with a total of 3 points. Gold Diggers with the exact same points, placement points, eliminations, and total points, of course. And then the Nightmare Esports going down to From Mars, Atrox, Citizens, and Sidemen. They didn't do too well in this map. Viper, is there anything that these teams could have done better, or like, do you think that maybe they have a bit like checked out? Was it a bit of like unluckiness? What happened here?
Yeah, it's a lot of factors contributing to whatever happened to them and to putting them on the second page. But I would say one of the factors that I could see right out there was getting that positioning right. And about not all the teams is gonna get the positioning right. By the time you make your rotations, you try to get in position. There's yet another team sitting there. As I always say, this is sun or whatever you're gonna do. You have to be swift about it. You have to make sure you are beating the world record time in looting, world record time in making that rotation, world record time in getting that fight down as quickly as possible. The moment you snooze for a moment, the moment you waste a second, you are definitely going to pay for that in the long run. So yeah, time is of the really, really good essence right out here in Sanhok. So you have to be really nitpicky about timing.
And you definitely are correct about that snoozing, because Citizens did snooze, and that's why they are in this position. Here we have the overall ranking. Of course, Cryptics is in first place. Then we have 10x Africa, we have ATL Magicians, Full Somalian Boys, BBC, and then we have Active Gaming. Oh, Outsiders Official, as well as Train to Frag. So it seems like Active Gaming is the only one that's truly, proving to be, making it in the top 16. Oh, alongside Horse Esports, as well as Raptors, Sincerity, and Cyclone. Now, the rest of the teams really need to get it together if they want to make it to the top 16, because this is a very, 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 very close group of teams. Yeah, we have 30, 28, 28, 26, 24, 24. Ackfire, do you think that these other teams have a chance, considering how close the total points are?
Yes, I mean, everyone still has got a chance, to move all the way up on that leaderboard. You can never really discount anyone. So for me, I mean, if one of these teams gets, a winner chicken dinner in the next one, then they move all the way up. So I'm not going to discount any team. So we'll just wait and see, how it's going to build up in the next game.
We definitely have to wait and see. We know Miramar is probably going to be a slow game because of the size of the map. It's just very unfortunate because I do like a bit of action. But on this third page here, we see some of the teams that are gonna have a bit of a hard time keeping up. We have O3 Brothers with 17 total points. We have Atrox with 17 total points. We have Search and Destroy with 15 total points. Your Killer is with 15. Fear with 14 points. The Nightmare Esports with 9 points. Navi Africa with 8 points. Rising YT Stars with 7 points. Of course, Rising YT Stars has already played, so their opportunity has passed. But Navi Africa, the Nightmare Esports, Fear, Your Killer is, Search and Destroy, and Atrox still have a chance to bring it back in these last two matches on Miramar and then once again on Erangel. Now, seeing their points distribution and how they're performing in terms of placement points versus eliminations, Viper, do you think that Search and Destroy has a chance at making it?
Well, never say never. I would say if Search and Destroy could, pull in one or two very, very good games, crossing that 25 or 30 point mark right there, it's going to definitely shoot them into possibly the second or the first page, if they just keep up that consistency. So definitely, I would not say never on their situation. If you could pull a sincerity, pull it together, get a couple of kills along the line. It's still possible. There's still two more games for them today. So yeah, well, it's not yet time to give up on their situation.
Yes, and definitely. Well, we know that the top eight. So basically, everyone who ends up on the first page of the overall ranking by the end of today will be moving on to Mzansi. It won't be the top 16, it will be the top eight. So all the teams from the second and third page need to really, really try their hardest in these last two maps. All the teams that are playing today, they need to try their hardest to make it. If I were a part of the teams today, I would be trying to take out the top dogs early so that to give myself a better chance and to sort of stop them from getting any more points. Viper, do you think, such as yesterday, when four Somalian boys took out Cryptics, do you think that teams should maybe band together and try to take out the top team for today?
Well, I wouldn't know if that is legal, but yeah, definitely along the line. If each one of these teams notice that, oh, this is a team that is always a major threat to us, and they've studied the way they rotate, the way they move, then they could set an ambush, just to make sure they get that team out of their way that would, hinder them from getting to the final pot. But you always have to keep at the back of your mind that team is currently on that position they are because of the prowess they got, because of the way they react in each one of these fights. They don't want to go around challenging teams that could turn them into crates right out there or just pick off kill points from them. So it's gotta be they've gotta play it smart at any point in time.
They definitely do have to play smart. But now we will be pushing to break and we will be back with the Umzansi Esports League brought to you by Nodwin Gaming for the third map, which will be Miramar. We'll see you guys soon, just now. Welcome back to the Umzansi Esports League brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. This is the promotion relegation playoffs for PUBG. We have just finished a map on Sanhok. Of course, Wars Esports has taken that map as I did a bit of a prediction for. Some of the other teams did amazing as well. We saw a lot of fragging out for a lot of the teams, such as Shiva. Shiva did a lot of killing, and a few other teams also, put in the work for their teams to be high up on that leaderboard. Now, Actfire, I know that you're, yeah, I know how you feel about active gaming, but I want to switch it up a little bit. Do you have any other teams that you will be rooting for tonight?
No, just active. No. Okay, definitely. There's some teams that I'm thinking are going to try and perform a lot better. I do think that we're going to see something from Citizens, because they've worked really hard throughout the entire Consi season. It would be a shame not to see them not make it through. They just got about 2 games. Active Gaming is performing well, so yes. Horse Esports as well, put in some good performances. Raptors. So yes, there's a lot of squads, but we've not seen anything from Mars, and that's really surprising. Sidemen have had bad games. Same thing with Aatrox. So yeah, let's see. This next game is going to be a lot more aggressive. So let's see who comes out on top.
And when it comes to, the teams that we thought would be, dominating the game and sort of controlling the areas, taking control of a lot of space on the map, Umzanzi hasn't seemed to, been able to do that against these Nkosi teams. So that freshness that Nkosi teams bring to the competition, Viper, do you think that they have succeeded in doing so, considering that they seem to be the teams that are like dominating the maps the most?
Yeah, definitely. I would say Nkosin teams are bringing a different dynamics to the game. Walking through that 8 weeks of unknown gameplay, because you are playing with mostly random teams that bring different dynamics to the game. Right, they have taught them to be on their toes, always bringing in new teams to the gameplay. So definitely that is something that Umzamzi might have forgotten a little bit, but Nkosin is bringing it back.
Definitely are. Now we will be moving on to the game. I will leave you with Viper and Actfire. And to all the teams, good luck, have fun. I hope that they give us the action that we've so badly been wanting to see.
All right. We're getting into the third game of the night. We've seen some great, amazing gameplay come in from all of these teams so far, and we're curious to see who actually does perform in this Miramar match, where we usually get to see some early action, then things quiet down for a little bit, and then boom, we then move on to that final, very scary, risky rotation at the end. So Viper, there are a couple of teams, who haven't done exceptionally well in this particular game today. That's a bit surprising for me. Like the boys from Citizens. I expect to see a lot more from them. You know, what do you think is probably holding them back so far?
To be honest, I wouldn't know, because Citizens has actually been performing quite well over the course of Nkosi from week 1 to week 8. But as it stands right now, they've just only been able to pick up 2 points along the way, and man, it's really really sad. But as that is being said, we can see Active Gaming already looking to begin another onslaught. And one thing I've noticed with this team is they are really really making sure that their gameplay together, their team play is just wonderful at that point in time. You could see they made sure it was just two players pushing in, not just one, and that worked in their favor right there. But yeah, back to Citizens Esports. Quite unfortunate. I was actually looking for a lot more of that, better play coming in from them. But we'd love to see how that one is going to work for them in the remainder of today's game. They still have 2 more games. That is going to be this one and the last Erangel game to prove themselves to be back into this particular one. It's really going to be devastating to go through that 8 weeks only to lose out in the promotion relegation league right there.
All right. Great stuff right there. As we're already beginning to get into the action, as the boys from Active Gaming take out one of the players from Search and Destroy right there. And my goodness, we're getting into the vibes already with some great eliminations so far. So great stuff coming down as you've answered the question about the boys from Citizens Esports, as I do believe they were one of the top guys. They were one of the top guys right there throughout the entire qualifications, right, with Horse Esports. So it's a bit strange not to see them perform as well as we know that they can. But maybe this will be the game where they can begin to get into the elements and show us what openness they showed throughout the entire qualification stage all those weeks. All right, right here, we'll be taking a look at several different teams and see how it's going to be building up. The boys have put in so much, so much action so far. You do see Atrix Daddy just moving around. The boys from Yo Killer is right there, who did not have quite a great game in the last one, with Caramel and the boys, Messi being dealt with by Raptors. And my goodness, man, Viper, Raptors Shiva showed them Pepe.
He showed them Pepe. Oh boy, he showed them Pepe. Kai! Every single turn like this, Shiva was there, just dishing out the bullets, dishing out the knocks left, right, and center. Let's see if he's going to be able to bring it back in this particular Miramar map right now. But it's going to be Aatrox. It's going to be your killer is looking up against each other. Messi already receiving a bit of some damage right there, trying to get back to full health. And it's still the early game, and I believe a lot of these teams are going to be playing a chill. Tony, yeah, if you could just make a prediction off the top of your head right now, would you think he's going to be taking Miramar?
All right. Great stuff right there. We do see two teams right here about to take on each other. You got the boys from A Trucks and you got Your Killer Is. All right, you got the boys from Your Killer Is moving right there next to them in the opposite street. Sometimes you might see these teams next to each other right there, but it does not mean that we will see any action going down, except we do get that one knock and then we will then start to see the push going on. But my goodness, what a game Atrox has had so far, Viper. It's not been quite easy for them. They came up against the boys from Active Gaming in the last game. Speaking of Active Gaming, we're seeing them come against Raptors, and they've taken down the almighty Shiva right there on the kill feed. I mean, if you're going to push a team and take down anybody, you want to take down the man, the great, the champion, the beast, Shiva. They've gotten a knock onto Shiva, and we'll be curious to see how that one actually does play out. While we're still watching onto this fight right here, but wait, what? We saw Shiva get taken down, but now he's been healed and he's taking down one of the players from Active. But yeah, it is what it is. But
Yeah,
we'll keep an eye on that one and see how it goes. But Shiva putting in the work right there, and he's got in another knock onto another Active Gaming player right there. And it looks like Active Gaming is probably on the back foot in that particular fight. While we're still taking a look onto this one, the two teams right there from Your Killer is and Atrox are just waiting for that one opportunity, Viper.
yeah, definitely we can see Active Gaming and Raptors Esports going up against each other right now, trading knocks left, right, and center. I can see a couple of Shiva and whatnot just trying to get some knocks in. I think they've got two players named Shiva. One has got the full Shiva name, the other one has got RUP on it. So both Shivas are actually doing a lot of work to make it work right now. We can see Ted Bundy rushing in, hoping he could get like a revive real quick. And I think Raptors wants to get out of this particular one. As you could see Shiva just making the rotations right there. Phew, I think Active Gaming will be able to reset from this one as Raptors have decided to get out from this fight. They might have had the chance to, get an upper hand if they stuck to the fight and possibly just take it a bit longer, but it does seems like they want to stay a bit longer in this game, which is also a wise thing to do at this point because it's just about 7 minutes into the game, and yeah, you don't want to lose all your players at this point, Tony.
Yeah, sometimes it is what it is. When you do see the team fighting back, getting a knock, onto you, you try as much as possible to be like, you know what, we're not gonna fully take this on because they did get knocked down by Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, Shiva, well, one of the Shivas had been taken down before they got one knock. And then, Ted Bundy then got another knock again. So it was just an opportunity for them to just be like, you know what, we're just going to leave this situation. We're just going to leave, this particular fight. They don't want to, just go fully onto them. And the thing is, except they get the confirmation, these teams actually don't know who they're fighting. You know that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They don't know who they're fighting. They just see team player this. So they have to be really careful on making that full push, and trying to get themselves into a good position. And for me, that probably was the right decision for Raptors, because if they had continued to push, Ted Bundy most likely would have gotten another knock onto one of the players from Raptors. So they made a good move. They had only three players. Gorilla has been taken down, and they've gotten out of that one, and they can continue to grab those points. I believe they have more to lose if they go out early.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. They've got more to lose if they go out early, and you don't want that. So making that move right there could be a really, really wise choice. But it seems like we are currently at an impasse right now between ATX and your killer. Is both teams are just waiting for the other one to make a mistake, not making much of a move. Probably looking to spend some time out here, just staring each other down. But one thing I would say at this point in time is I would be I would really really pity any teams that is trying to make a rotation around this axis, because they are going to get a lot of bullets unloaded onto their position. But I would love to see how it all goes. A couple of bullets getting traded between two players. That's going to be Messi right there and Daddy. Yeah, Daddy, I saw your comment, man. Yeah, I got the pronouns right. That's a good one. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for giving the support right there. Okay, it's been a good day so far, Tony. I must say, we've had the goods, we've had the bads, we've seen the really really amazing gameplays coming in from each one of these teams. Active gaming has been dazzling us all day long, and we are looking to see what more they would give us in this particular match and for the rest of the game.
I think I'm not surprised by the gameplay coming in from several teams, like active, like Halsey Sports. These are guys that have been. And speaking of which, Halsey Sports and Active Gaming getting into the action right there. But these are two teams that have been battling it out, fighting throughout. They've been getting into the action every single week. So I'm not surprised, because I've seen their journey. I've seen the journey of Halsey Sports. I've seen the journey of guys like Navi. The teams that are actually surprising me are teams like the boys from Citizens, who I believe strongly we're going to see a lot better performance coming into this particular game. But we're curious to see how this one actually does play out. But my goodness, your killer is an Aatrox, pretty much does just romancing and respecting each other so much right now. But maybe Zodiac is trying to get an angle where he can take on one of the players right there from your killer is, and it's all down to who gets that one knock, and the rest of the players will be making their push.
Yeah. This seems like a fight that is going to take forever, because each one of these teams doesn't seem like they want to make that push first. But as that is happening, we can see Search and Destroy already getting hit on right now by Navi. Oh, Navi already picked up 2 kills. How did I miss that? I didn't see them pick up any skills. This is another team that I know performed quite well in the Nkosi League, but right now they seem to be struggling, as they are up to about just 8 points on the overall leaderboard, which is what I was not something I wasn't expecting at all. Let's see how they are going to be faring in this Miramar game, if they would be able to bring it together and change the course of this particular game right there. I was just saying, to be honest, Tony, they were one of I mentioned this earlier on, that this is one of the teams I was looking forward to seeing what they would do. But unfortunate, it is going with Shiva, man.
Shiva for Rila getting another knock right there, as Shiva is getting into the action again. Shiva being absolutely great in this particular game. And just continuing with the onslaught from the previous game. We still got about 15 teams right here in the lobby, as we'll be moving into that fifth zone. And Miramar is that 8x8 map, so there is a lot of space to work with as we continue to build up right there. But, Viper, did we give our caster scores in this game?
I think we didn't, but it's. I think it's good
Mm,
that we did not. Just
mm,
let the team. We've done for game one. We did for
okay,
game two.
okay,
Let's just leave game three on a neutral
okay.
ground. You know.
Okay, I'll leave this one neutral. Let it flow neutral, but I'm definitely going to give for game four. Well, my goodness, things are looking absolutely tough for a lot of these teams, as you guys know right there on the kill feed. Oh, sorry, as you guys know right there that it is top eight from this particular games that are moving all the way into the Zanzi, and my goodness, Viper teams' hearts are beating because if I were these teams, you don't want to go face cryptics. You don't want to go face cryptics. You don't want to go when I was talking to a couple of guys, I was like, you better qualify. You don't want to face cryptics because those guys, cryptics, magicians, they are absolutely balling.
But Tony, let me just butt in real quick. On the other hand, it could actually be, to an extent, an advantage for certain of these teams if they decide to go into a lobby where they could, play with magicians and cryptics right there. Because just look at it from this point of view. If you study the game hard enough, you would know the pattern in which cryptics and magicians make their movements, and all you've got to do is try as much as possible to avoid them and let them do majority of the work for you, and just pick up on that placement point and pick up a couple of kill points along the line as well. So yeah, if you know how to study the game, if you do your homework correctly, then it could just be some easy placement point and a couple of kills along the line for you to make your movement into that Umzansi League. But at the same time, it's a really dangerous one.
Yeah, exactly what it is. But now we're seeing some fight coming down between Navi and Sidemen. Both clans have not had it quite easy right here in this promotion relegation. It has been very difficult for Sidemen as well as Navi. We did expect to see a lot more coming in from Gdon and the boys, but things have not just panned out to be quite easy for them. Sidemen as well getting taken out by the boys from Active Gaming in the previous one. We also see a third party coming in from I do. I'm not sure what team that was. Was that GD taking out one of the players from Sidemen? There's also Fear who might be coming into this particular one. But Mars, a player for Mars right there getting taken down by the boys from Active Gaming. And we're now beginning to see a lot of third parties, left, right, center, coming into this particular one. And my goodness, this is where things now begin to get really dangerous. As Sidemen are not having it quite easy. Navi as well. And my goodness, Viper, what is happening to these guys?
Yeah, Sidemen has been having a really, really tough day all day long. I was really expecting them to be able to bring in some, really good play. Like right now, why did Hunter need to jump out in that place? He was taking a lot of risk. He would have gone through the building, to pick up his teammates right inside the building, right? But I don't know why setting up this risk needs to be taken. But it is what it is, and I'm certain of these players just do this at times. Nef me just trying his best to give that cover, not allow anything push up onto this one, and I would say that was a really good one from him. But sincerity, unfortunately, not able to keep up in their placement in this particular map. You could see they've got just. They've got no kills and they're back to the lobby in that 15th position. I think they're like the second team to go back to the lobby or the first one. It's quite unfortunate on that one, Tony.
Yeah, quite unfortunate right there, as they do get themselves in a very, very, very sticky situation. They will still have the opportunity to come back in this one in the games tomorrow against the teams that were top eight yesterday. But turning our sides right now onto the boys from Eight Trucks coming up against the boys from Gold Diggers right here. You do see Zodiac, who is a great player, trying as much as possible to dance around Unknown, but Unknown is showing that definitely we do know nothing about him, as he is able to show that he is the master of dancing around. He takes out one of the players from the boys
No.
right there, but a third party from Z God, from the boys from Mars, taking down Unknown. And my goodness, this is where things now begin to get really tricky, as GD, who were looking like they can seal this game through against Aatrox, now are the ones who get taken out of the game.
Yeah, the gameplay could really change in the blink of an eye if you're not keeping it together. Citizens, on the other hand, are finally making themselves known in that particular queue field. There's a couple of players actually popping off right now. I can see Fear Esport doing quite well. Sidemen picking up a couple of queues as well. It's looking all shades of beautiful in every single angle I'm looking at, as teams are looking to make a comeback. If not a comeback, at least get to play a second game tomorrow to get another chance to qualify into that Umzansi League. I must say, because you want to keep yourself in at least the bottom eight. If you can't make that top eight into Umzansi again, you want to keep yourself into the bottom eight to get another chance to play against that top eight from the very first match that was from Group C and Group D to get yourself into the Umzansi League. So yeah, at this point, it's that do or die affair for every one of these teams. Fear Esports side, man, you just need to put in all the effort to just pick up a couple of points, get the placement points, and push themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding stuff. We're down to 12 teams right here as we're moving all the way towards that fifth zone. You can now begin to see the boys from Fear making that push onto that region where you do have CLS, and my goodness, Lens gets blown out of the vehicle right there. It's down to the Swag and Keen to try as much as possible to hold things down for the team. CLS getting done a lot of damage. Danny Brown trying to heal up right there, as Swag is just sending on them shots over and over again. They've got two players who are currently down. Who's got to get that revive, as Danny Brown is the last one hopeful on this particular region. You can see Swag trying as much as possible to send that nade onto that region where Danny Brown is currently situated at, and boom, that nade about to do some damage, and woo! My goodness, Swag
Beautiful.
takes them out of the game.
That was absolutely beautiful from Swags. Not just waiting in a position, moving actively, making his dynamism come to play right there, looking for the angles, using the throwables, and getting the shots in. But Citizens, on the other hand, is also dealing a lot of damage down towards your killer. His Citizens popping off in this particular, almost as those they've heard us saying, yo guys, you gotta bring a lot more better gameplay right there, as Raptors and us esports are currently in a standoff. Us esports currently on the receiving end. They have one already dropped, currently crawling on all fours, losing a lot of bloods right now. It's happening on every single part, and I'm still amazed that Sidemen came in with 3 men into this game, and they have been able to keep it all together. And you can see from their movements, it's quite intentional. They've scouted a lot. They have a lot of information to walk around with. Navi also on top of these ill points just outside the zone, looking for a way to make their rotation in. Oh, they've got their high set of on active gaming. And active gaming is in a really bad spot as they have to make their rotation into the zone, but they are getting picked on from every single angle. Look at this. Sidemen doesn't even have anywhere to go as their vehicles are getting blown on left, right, and center. But look at the setup right here from Citizens.
Man, what a great gameplay coming in from the boys from Citizens. We did talk about them doing a lot better in this particular game as they've gotten themselves all the way into that zone right there. We've got about 9 teams left in this particular one. Different teams getting taken out. The boys from Aatrox also getting sent back into the lobby as we're now down to 8 teams. You do see the boys from Raptors trying as much as possible to hold their position right there. I do believe Citizens have probably the best position within this particular game, just at that reach right there. Active Gaming down to 2 players. You do see Raptors trying as much as possible to send shots onto their location right there, as Active Gaming is looking to get themselves into the edge of that zone, and it's a really, really tough one. It's down to just 2 players left. Dead Body and Skinny trying to keep themselves in this particular game, but Active Gaming getting sent out right there in 8 spots as we're down to 7 teams left in this particular one. You do see Shiva continuing to send in the shots onto several different teams right there. It's a very, very, very tough one for all of these guys. Navi just down to G-Don, but my goodness, who is going to grab home this win?
Man, I think we've got a couple of teams right now with at least 3 players up. I think Citizens have still got a full squad up, and they are looking to make their rotation into the zone, as the zone is going to force them out of that position. But they've got From Mars to work with, and that is going to be 11 creeping up right behind Trouble, finding him less off in the distance as well. It's going to be Citizens stay there, and it's going to drop from us straight out of this lobby, and now they've got Raptors to work with right there. But Victor already making that push, making that move, making the flank. But the Greenies are going to start coming out. Us Esport might use the opportunity to come up on this one, but no. Raptor says not today as he sends him straight back to the lobby. No mercy on that one. Rebel left up alive for us Esport as Raptor is looking strong and actively moving all around the lobby to try and get this one. And in comes the flying boys from Citizens looking to get the shots in. But oh, this could be a dangerous move for them. This could be a dangerous move for them, Tony. Look at that.
All right, Citizens coming up against the boys from Raptors, and Shiva, who has been amazing throughout this particular game, does get taken down right there. As Citizens are looking as much as possible to get this game and take this one home. The boys from Raptors being the ones who have been the stumbling block so far, and Citizens are holding a great position within that particular zone right there as they look to take down the last guy. You can see Shiva trying as much as possible to get that revive onto Shiva, and somehow still hold this game on. But again, another knock right there going on to Shiva as Rebel is putting in the work onto the boys from Raptors, and Rebel also trying to get into that zone right there. But Citizen Gaming are looking like they can take this game home as Raptors Esports gets taken out of the game right there, courtesy of Citizens Esports as well as the boys from Horse. And Citizens are looking like this game is actually theirs.
You know the funny part about everything that's happening right here. While this fight was all going on, I think the Nightmare Esports was just sitting pretty inside the zone, like, yo, you guys are fighting. Okay, have fun. We're just gonna chill out here and let you guys do all the fighting and wait for them to just come
I
back into the
have
zone. As
no
you can see,
idea
yeah,
why
they were just
11
waiting.
drove outside the zone,
He
guy.
didn't. Immediately he tried driving into the zone. He got shot at by the Nightmare Spot and he was like, yo, getting shot at,
Okay.
drove straight back. But unfortunately, at that point in time, it's really crazy when the adrenaline is pumping, someone is shooting at you. When you've just finished a fight, just won a beautiful, spectacular fight, and you're like, no, 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 don't kill me. And it's back in the zone. Quite unfortunate, that one. But now we are down to 3 teams, zone 6, 25 minutes into this game, and mm, mm. Citizens looking quite strong on this one, I must say, but they've got the zone to battle with.
All right. Fair Swag still putting in the work, still doing the Lord's work in this particular game and trying as much as possible to see if he can get those knocks right there onto the boys from Nightmare. Citizens are still looking good in this particular game, still holding their own. They've got a 3-man squad, and it looks like they can actually seal this game through. Ted trying as much as possible to look around to peek onto several different positions and see if he can get a knock onto either a player from Fair or Nightmare. And we'll be curious to see how this one actually does play out. The Citizens is trying to get into that zone right there. You do see Frozen bleeding out in that particular one and get sent back into the lobby. So right now it's a 3v2 and Citizens Kumalala gets taken down right there. That one, and Bego really low. Citizens have lost one player, and you can see right about now Bego trying to get a knock right there, but he's not able to. And Ted pulls up onto this particular one. But my goodness, what a time, what a game, and it's looking really dangerous for all these guys. Who do you think has the upper hand to win here?
To be honest, I think I'm gonna call this one for Fear, even though they've got just one player. But if we've got Nightmare Esports going against Citizen Esports, it could just come in and be a quick third party. But on another, on the other hand, we could have Bego playing a bit of a spoiler, because I'm not sure if Fear knows that it's in there. There you go, and that is gonna be Fear getting sent out. Bego just played the hand I was expecting him to play, which was quite beautiful. So we've got a 2v2 right now between guys from Nightmare Esports. We can see the perspective from each one of these games, or from each one of these players, right? Their Citizens just trying to hold it down, but Nightmare Esports already trying to actively push in with that Molotov right there, trying to send them back. It is a tight knit game in this building, and would love to see how this one goes.
Oh my God! It's down to just one magic, and who gets that knock? Who is able to hold it down for their team. And you can see the boys from Nightmares are being absolutely patient in this particular one, as well as the boys from Citizens, Bego, and his teammate trying as much as possible to seal this game through. They've gathered a whole lot of points so far. They've gotten themselves 12 kills in this particular one, and they're looking quite great. We did talk about Citizens at the beginning of this game as one of those teams that has performed throughout the entire country, and we're hoping to see if they can perform well in this part on this particular day. And that's exactly what they're doing. As you can see them right here, showing what they're capable of on this one. So let's go. Let's see how it's going to play out as Bego is moving into position. You can see Ted. Oh boy, he gets taken down, and it's all down to Bego to try as much as possible to hold things down for his team. And he is trying to get that knock, but
Nice.
at the end of the day, it is the boys from Nightmare Esports who get that winner with a chicken dinner. But Citizens with 12 kills is still a lot, and I still believe by points they will be on top of this particular game.
Yeah, a number of points they've been able to take for themselves are absolutely beautiful to push them straight up right there. I believe they should be. I don't know. I wouldn't spoil anything right now, but they should be looking really good if they get one more game like this in the bag.
Congratulations to the Nightmare Esports on their winner chicken dinner. They have a total damage of 1,049, total eliminations of 5, and points they have 20. Congratulations. That was a good play from them, especially right then when they were faced with the 2v2 against Citizens. Now, Agfire, tell me, what was the highlight of this game for you?
For me, it was obviously Citizens, grabbing those points, being able to position themselves quite well towards that end. And that ended up being the opportunity for them to farm a lot of kills, while several different teams were rotating. Yeah, it was a very great position that they had along the edge on that read right there. So yeah, lovely one for them.
Now, we spoke a little bit about From Mars and Citizens not performing well in the previous two maps. But now, From Mars ended up in sixth place with 7 kills, as well as Citizens with, I don't know, many kills, over 10. I think it might have been 15, maybe. I'm not sure. But they also came
12.
in second place, 12 kills. And they came in second place. So, Viper, what do you think about those two teams' performances? Do you think that they can keep this momentum up for the final map now that they've finally, stated their presence in the game?
For their sake, I actually hope they do, keep it up. And I feel like they finally found that missing point, that missing momentum they need, and probably will be pushing it into Erangel in the next map, I believe. And we could see that's about 20 something points that Citizens has picked up in just one match, right there. So definitely, if they can, just do this again, bamboozle the whole team and find the angles. You could see a couple of times they came in with their flying buggies, like, let's go, we got this, we gotta stay in this all together. All 8 weeks, we cannot just let it go to waste. So if they bring that kind of, passion in the next game, then definitely they can do this again.
And now, when it comes to Atrox, I saw that they got taken out in the water. How did they even end up in the water? I was not paying attention to the backfire. How did they end up in the water to begin with? I'm so confused about how they even died there.
Baby shark, do 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 do. They wanted to swim. They wanted to swim. They wanted to, they wanted to
can
play with
I
the sharks. It happened.
can a day go by without you singing that song? No, man,
Yeah,
but I think
but
it was a bit
yeah,
unfortunate for them ending up in that position. Hey.
yeah. It was very tough for a lot of these teams. Trying as much as possible to get into that zone, and it's just what it was. It's just what it was. Sometimes you think you're doing the right thing, rotating away, and then there's another team, and then there was a player Citizens right there in that particular spot being able to find those skills. So it just happens. Sometimes another on another day, it would have probably been a great decision, a great rotation spot. So it happens.
Now let's take a look at the MVP. It might be Shiv. I saw Shiv got a lot of kills again. So hey, let's see who it is. Let's see if Shiva got that MVP this time around. Yep, Shiva.
Yep,
With
Shiva
that
Shiva.
859 damage, those 4 eliminations, and survival time of 22 minutes, 13 seconds, Shiva got this MVP. Viper, what are your thoughts on this pick as well?
Yeah, it is Shiva. We all know what he's capable of. We all see the way he makes his movements. We all see. I would reckon he's probably the ideal in the team because he has a way he handle each one of these fights. You would know this is the mark of someone that actually sees what is going on in the game, gets the information and interprets it correctly. The way he pushes in, the way he positions himself in such a perfect spot in which he can take out multiple players that are defenseless, at least at that point in time. So yeah, Shiva, well deserved, man.
Well deserved indeed. Now, Act Fire, I want to talk about active gaming for a little bit. I want you to just describe, I won't even talk about how they played this game. I want you to just describe active gaming, in like their teamwork or their team plays. I want you to describe them in like 3 words.
3 words. Let's see. Dedication. Would I say teamwork? Just resilience. I guess. Yeah. I mean, you said 3 words, so those are my 3 words.
I did say 3 words. They do seem to be very consistent in the way they play, and some things just happen to where it doesn't play out in the way that they may want to. Now, I want to talk about zone camping. We did see a bit of that in the previous game. I do not recall seeing it in this game. I might be wrong, but Viper, do you agree with the zone camping strategy in this particular situation of promotion relegation pressure?
Well, if you know how to play your games right, it could actually work in your favor. You could have, yeah, it depends on what you're actually saying about zone camping. So is it teams, holding off teams that are other teams that are trying to get into the zone, or teams that are moving edge of the zone as well? But in both cases, if you are trying to catch teams unaware that are trying to move into the zone, then you could pick up a lot of kills from there. But do not forget, at the same time, you could get sandwiched from multiple positions. But if you're trying to play the zone, if you're trying to edge the zone right there, then you have to be prepared to fight a lot for that position right on the edge of the zone to get yourself into the position you want. So yeah, either way, a lot of fighting has got to go down. And yes, you gotta keep your team together and push forward.
And now we have the match rankings. We have Citizens Esports taking that top spot. Even though they didn't get the winner chicken dinner, they did accumulate the most points because of their placement points and their eliminations. So they have a total of 24 points. United Esports with a close second with 20 points. Fear with 16 points. Raptor Esports with 12 points. From Mars and Horse Esports both managed to accumulate 11 points. Sidemen with 6 points and Navi Africa with 4 points. We'll be moving on to the next page shortly. But just in case there was a bit of confusion beforehand, I just wanted to reiterate that the top 8 from today will be moving on to Umzansi straight. No need to play tomorrow's match because they are the top of the top. They're the best of the best. Group A and B are the best. So the top 8 from this match from today will be moving on to Mzansi straight. Now, the bottom 8 from today will be playing tomorrow's match, and the top 8 from yesterday will be moving on to the next match tomorrow as well. And then the top 8 of teams which win tomorrow will be moving on to Mzansi as well, and those will be the final 16. So if you are confused, just rewind, play it again, and yeah, that's how it is going to be. So yeah, what are your thoughts on this? On the performances here with these points, Agfire?
I mean, we're now finally seeing the other guys like Citizens, Nightmare, Fair come into this game and grab those extra points. We didn't see a lot from them in the previous game. Raptors Esports remaining consistent again, grabbing those extra points. So that definitely is, some good stuff coming in from them. But yeah, I mean, I believe now Citizens got to show, that they're capable in the next game to get into, a good spot. I'm not sure if they're in that top eight. I do believe they probably might have been able to boost themselves into that top eight with this performance. But let's see how, it works out for them in the overall leaderboard later on.
And Viper, do you think that Raptor Esports has done enough to solidify their spot in the top eight to be able to launch them straight to that Umzansi season for next season, which would be season 6?
Probably they might just be on the edge of it. I can't really be too sure at this point in time, but they might just be on the edge of it. So I would say this last game they should not get complacent. They need to just still put in their best as of right now. But it's a possibility they're just nearly there.
And I think that Fear Esports has been a team that, you know, I don't know. I'm sort of on the fence. I don't know how to feel about Fear Esports. Their performance, I don't know if I can classify it as consistent. Fi, do you think that Fear Esports, Fear's performance was a consistent one throughout the maps, or could they maybe do a bit better?
I think that they maybe could do a bit better, show a bit more what they're capable of. The games haven't really gone the way that they probably would have expected. I thought that they would do a lot better, but they just haven't seemed to find their rhythm, even coming all the way from the Umzansi. But they're one of those teams, and I've spoken about it throughout. I spoke about it during the Umzansi. There are some teams that have this spark that they can light up at any particular moment, and Fear is one of those teams. On their good day, they can take on anybody. So I feel like they might find that again, and they might get into that rhythm as well. The leaderboard doesn't tell you the full story, right? In this game, they battled really hard. Swag was able to take out the boys from Cyclone Shield, and perform really well. So I'm curious to see what they get in the next one. If they do really well in the next one and qualify, I do believe that yes, it would have been well deserved.
And now we see on the second page, we see Aatrox with a total of 3 points, as well as Active Gaming. They have the exact same placement points, eliminations, and total points. We have Cyclone Shield Esports with 2 points, Gold Diggers with 1 point, Search and Destroy with 1 point, Your Killer is with 1 point, and Sincerity with absolutely no points. Now, we've seen Sincerity's play style. Obviously, it's not working out for them this time around. They couldn't get any kills or placement points. They seem to be struggling to take fights. Do you think that their let me say their I don't know if this is a word, but let me try it. Okay, gunmanship. Do you think that their gunmanship is up to par, or do they need to go back to the drawing board, Viper?
Well, in terms of gunmanship, as you called it, I feel like each and every one of players out there are quite matched, at least to a reasonable extent. What I think they need to work on is their fight taking skills and how well they react to whatever situations they find themselves. You need to work with a lot of information when it comes to PUBG Mobile right now. The gameplay has gotten so good amongst these teams that the moment you don't react accordingly, you don't react effectively to informations that you get to other teams' gameplay, you pay for it instantly. There's no leeway for any mistakes at that point in time. So this team needs to find a way to eliminate the number of mistakes they are making and push forward as strongly as possible, react as quickly as possible, and make sure each one of their tactics is the right kind of tactics in whatever situation that they find themselves.
And hopefully hopefully they're watching and listening to you and taking that under consideration so that they can have a better match. They only have one match left to try and get a spot in the top 8 and just launch their way into Mzansi without having to go and deal with another match tomorrow. So, hey, let's hope that they do what needs to be done. And Your Killer is also had a bit of a disappointing performance this time around. Akfire, what do you think happened to Your Killer is?
I'm not really sure what it is. If it's down to them or it's just the aggressiveness coming in from other teams. I think it's a very aggressive lobby. I see them trying to shape up, in a proper way. Not rushing things when at the beginning when they were up against about some A trucks. They weren't trying to just be overly aggressive. They weren't reckless. So I'm not really sure what exactly it is. Maybe they were a bit too patient. Maybe they should have taken on that fight against the Boston Atros, got a couple of kills, and build on with the eliminations and go forward to, with that confidence. So maybe that's what's lacking for them. Maybe it's the confidence. Maybe it's just not their day. And unfortunately, this is the time that they need to perform.
Yes, this is the time they need to perform, much like Nightmare Esports. We were saying this previously, like in the past few weeks, we've been saying Nightmare Esports hasn't been performing quite well, and here they are changing things up. In those last few battles, they seem to know when to take a fight, when to just leave it alone, because they sat in that little warehouse type of situation over there. They sat there and they waited. They let everybody kill each other, and then they went ahead and did what they needed to do, took out the remaining teams. 2v2 Citizens. Unfortunately, Citizens fell to Nightmare Sports, and took the cake. So, do you think their positioning, their decision making, their comms, their teamwork, would you put it at the best of the best with the remaining teams, or is it not consistent enough for you to be able to say, oh no, they have the best of the best type of teamwork, Viper?
Well, looking at what we've seen today, I would say they need to put a little more work, to keep it together. But in the Miramar match, they were able to actually deliver to a reasonable extent, going head to head against Citizens and coming out on top, which means they've got their onions well set. And if they put in a lot more effort, keep the teamwork to the best it could be, then definitely they can churn out really, really concurrent and consistent performance.
And now, do we have any final predictions for this final map before we see which top 8 teams will be making it to the Umzansi Season 6 Esports League? Let's start with you, Actfire. Any predictions? I don't want to hear Active Gaming, please. Someone else, I'm begging you.
Act Gaming for the win. Active Gaming for the win. I'm a stopper.
Okay, if
I
they
don't hear
don't,
what. I have coconut
second.
head. I have coconut head. I don't hear what. I don't hear what. Okay, so
Okay,
active
second
gaming,
team.
active gaming popping off. Okay, so second team, I would say we will see Raptors Esports. I would say because I've been man, those guys. There's something about Shiva today. He's just on fire. So I think we're gonna see him pop off.
And the Nkosi teams don't seem to be doing well with long range maps. But these short range maps, oh, these Umzansi teams better watch out. Viper, who's your predictions? Like, give me two of them because I know.
Possibly we'll be seeing us esports and citizens.
Pause esports and citizens. Why did I think you were going to say Raptors? Have you given up on Raptors now?
Oh no, I've not given up. You've called out Raptors. I've decided
Mm.
to pick someone else as well.
Well, on my side, I don't know. I'm going to give Navi one more chance. No, they can't make it to actually the top 8 now. Let me be realistic about the situation. Let me say Horsey Sports. Mm, maybe Raptors. But From Mars did really well in that final game. I just don't think they did enough to make it to the top 8. Unless they drop like a 30 bomb, then there's hope. But otherwise, I don't think they can do it. Mm-mm. But From Mars, no. Let's talk about From Mars. Did you like their performance this time around? Because they did get 7 kills and end up sixth. Viper, did you like that?
Yeah, to an extent, I would say I was expecting a lot more, even with the 7 kills that they got at the end of the day. But because trust me, I've seen from Mars like be really devastating out there. I've seen Turbo single-handedly take down multiple teams that would be out here just screaming Turbo, Turbo. But today it's like, what's going on, man? Like, come on, bring in that Turbo. Bring in the extra kick. I want to hear you whine. I want to hear that Turbo whine in your weapon. But, bruh, nothing is happening out here. So, in this last game, possibly they would get another chance, bring in the eats and get me to scream Turbo some more.
But you know what? Even if they don't make it today to, the Umzansi and get this straight, they still have tomorrow. They still have a chance tomorrow. So let's have some faith. Now, the final game is on. I will leave you one more time with Viper and Actfire. Good luck and have fun to all of the teams. This is now Erangel.
All right, we're getting ready and set for our final game of the day. And if you're a team that hasn't done well so far, it is all down to this moment to stay or to move into the Umzanzi. And after this, we're going to be having some celebrations and jubilations from so many different teams who will be looking to make the way all the way into that sweet, sweet, sweet top league, which is the Zanzi right there. All right, we do see teams now beginning to get into the fights right here as we see the boys from CLS landing in Yasnaya right there as they're with another team, and it's all down to this moment. CLS has had quite a great day so far, and we'll be taking a look and seeing how that is going to build for them right there as they're surrounded by a couple of teams. So, Viper, who is going to be the team that you'll be rooting for in today's game? Who are you thinking is going to do quite well?
Yeah, Aussie Sport.
So Horse takes your caster cost. Okay, so for me, it's active gaming. And let's give it to two people. Let's give it to two people. So for me, I'll give it to active gaming. I'll give it to Fear. Okay, I'll give active gaming and Fear. I'll see how that one works. So for you, it's Horse and who?
Yeah, that's a crazy one right there. But your killer is man. Okay, look at that shotgun work, Tony. Your killer is smashing it earlier on right now. Messi coming in with that shotgun, getting the kill in. He's got that Uzi in hand as well, but you can see the cover shots as well coming in from your killer is anonymous, and as also Asbot looking towards that direction. It's shaping up to be an early fight right now. Teams are getting a lot more adventurous at this point. Tony, how do you think this is turning out early game fights? Huh?
Yeah, it is. It might be a problem for Team CLS because if they get taken out quite early right here, then they definitely might be done for today. I'll still have to check on the leaderboard to see how that one actually does shape up. But they're not looking good when it comes to them getting taken down with very little points. You can see in the previous game they got just 3 points to their name, so they will be needing to perform a lot better. Sincerity as well will be needing to get those kills. They got themselves some good placement points, and they will need to gather some hefty points in this final game if they want to be moving all the way back into the Mzanzi on the first day, and not have to battle it out again tomorrow with the winning teams on the first day. So right now we'll be taking a look and seeing how this one is going to pan out as you do have the boys from Mars right here with Sincerity both taking on shots at each other.
Yeah, definitely. It's still a long range thingy currently happening. Prefire just hoping to see Turbo, picking that exact point. It's not been an amazing day for Turbo, to be honest. Turbo has not showed up what he's capable of today. I would still love to see how he's gonna keep this one in play. But come on, what is Willie doing right now? It's just gonna be in the right side of unknown if unknown looks in the right direction just now. But as it stands right there, it's still early on in the game. We might not be seeing that too much of an engagement as majority of the teams might just be looking to, circumvent, rotate around each other right now. But from mass and sincerity might be eating up on each other. This sincerity doesn't they need to be careful on this one. They don't want to get taken out early on. They had a good placement in the first game, second game, but third game wasn't looking too good for them. They need to stick to their gameplay and keep that placement still coming, if possible take a couple of points from the kill positions as well. So yeah, I would say sincerity got to play this one a lot more cautiously, and a lot more tight knitted. Like sniff out the position of the players, try and get their numbers, try and get their positioning, and make those effective moves as quickly as possible. But let's see how this one is going to play out real quick, Tony.
Yeah, they had only one game where they did quite well, and it was that game where Willie was able to grab them, those points. Oh no, they had two actually. They had two games where they had good placement points, but they haven't really had those eliminations. And things haven't really panned out quite well for them so far. They didn't gather a lot of points in this third game. So it's all down to them now trying as much as possible to do well in this final one. I'll be curious to see how that actually does pan out for them. They need to gather some, hefty points if they will be looking to move away into the Umzansi straight up. I do believe they still have a chance as they've been able to grind in some points, but right now they need to get those eliminations as well as get those kill points. And I think this last game Viper is going to be one of those games where teams are going to just try to play cautious. Everyone's going to be looking to get into that final circle, and this is what's going to make the game really really crazy. I'm predicting we're going to see a final game of like, if we do have a a final circle with a lot of buildings, we could have as much as 10 teams in the sixth circle.
Oh, are you calling a final circle with lots of buildings? Are you calling Pochinki or Yasnaya already? Yeah, it's a bit early to call that, Tony.
Yeah, it's a bit early, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, if it finishes in Yasnaya, there's a lot of buildings to work with, and it's very frustrating to push those buildings in Yasnaya, especially those really tall buildings. Man, I
I
hate
know,
it.
right?
I hate.
Especially this particular building that
Oh my
Anonymous is in.
god! Oh my god! It's
You
the worst.
you
The
have people just popping out left, right, and center. Like if you see a team that is really good with stealth and positioning, oh lord, this building is a nightmare to push. Like you are in there trying to shoot one player, and then the other one is like, "Oh, hello, how you doing?" But as it seems right now, yes, Naya Puliana has got a lot of activities as Cyclone, and your killer is hitting up onto each other. As like on his Cyclone, it seems to be on the receiving end, and he's in such a position whereby he might not be able to get revived. That might be a confirmation coming in from your killer. Is as Messi is holding this position to show no mercy to CLS, make sure they don't encroach on his teammates' position right there. Such movements, such positioning as well. But off in the distance, we can see we've got the guys from the Nightmare Esports, the winner of the last match right there, just sitting off in the distance, looking to see if they can gather a couple of more information and possibly use it to their advantage right now, Tony.
Man, it is such a tough time for the boys from CLS. Who we're expecting to see a lot more from in today's games. We're expecting to see them dominate like the boys from Active Gaming and Citizens have been doing. But they've not just been able to get into the redeem. Even in the last game where they were trying as much as possible to survive, they came up against the boys from Fear. Swag taking them out and blowing up the vehicle at the end of the day. Throwing in them nades. So right now they started out this game. They lost Isaac as well, and it is really a really tough one. But look at the kill feed right there. We do have the boys from Raptors getting into another fight as well. And again, it is your boy Shiva, the boy Shiva getting that knock. And my goodness, that man obviously will be our MVP for the day as he's getting knock up and knock. But Victor coming in right there and getting another knock as well for the boys from Raptors. And my goodness, what a time, what a day. We also see sincerity right there on the kill feed, getting a knock onto one of the players from Mars. Mars 2, also another client that hasn't been doing quite well, but they do retaliate and take down Rogue Baby right there on that one. But my goodness, we already beginning to see the action going down, Viper. We still got about 15 teams right here in this lobby. No teams been sent out so far, but they are already beginning to get into the action.
They are getting into that action, and I can see Active Gaming already leaving up right there. Oh, it is a fight for that one real quick as Kenny gets the confirmation. Montana going down as well, real quick. Sincerity, putting in the work onto from Mars right now, getting the kills in, getting the kill points up right there. I think Sincerity is actually doing quite well on this engagement right against the guys from Mars. And oh, aimless. Oh no. Well, luckily enough, he's been able to make that push out of that one, but not too far off ahead. Man, Sincerity is popping off on this one, I must say, even though they still have their work cut out for them. But they still have a full
Yeah,
squad up against that 3-man squad from against from Mars. When you
yeah.
want to say from Mars, you're like from Mars.
Yeah, sincerity trying as much as possible to hold this position down as Willie and the boys from sincerity are trying as much as possible to take down Mars. You can see the smokes going down, the nades, and Aimless is trying to take on shots onto that position where sincerity is currently situated on top of that building right there. And this is what sincerity needs. They need to be, annihilating teams. They need to be making those push. They need to be a bit more aggressive. If they're going to look to qualify and not have to battle it out tomorrow, you can see really making that push up to that position right there. And Willie is down. He goes for the drop shot, but Z-God is able to evade the help coming in right there. But Z-God is able to get that knock onto Willie, and the cavalry now coming into that particular position. You can see Desire trying as much as possible to provide the cover for the team. I do believe it's popped out them smoke, but a nade going in, reducing a little bit of Willie's HP, and Desire is able to retreat right there while Z-God and Turbo are making that push. Viper, my goodness, it's a very tough one in this particular position. Ooh, but Muffin is able to come in from the corner and get that knock onto one of the players from Mars, and now they can begin to provide the attack. But whoa, Willie goes down. Willie gets sent back into the lobby, but right now it's a 2v3 situation, and Desire is now beginning to make that push onto the rest of the players from Mars right there. So you can see he's holding his gun, trying as much as possible to get that knock, and boom, Turbo goes down, courtesy of Muffin, and Mars are down to the last guy, Z-God, and he gets one knock. Ooh, but at the end of the
Yeah.
day, Muffin takes down the last player from Mars.
Sincerity has got this. They've got the skills. I don't know why they've not been doing quite well in the remainder of the games. Probably they were playing it a little bit too defensively. But check this out. This was them going against a very good team that is from Mass. And check that out. That is 4 kill points to their name. And they are looking cool, good on that one. Not too far away from the zone as well. Zone 2. And they have got at least a leg up right now. If they could just pop off really hard in this particular match, maybe they would be able to get themselves into that bottom 8 of the top 16 that would go for yet another match today. But I'm not sure, especially they've got a couple of placement points, so they might just be able to sneak into that top 8.
During the qualifiers all the way during the Umzansi, they had very low points, and it was down to the final games. And I still remember that particular games. Everyone had written off, sincerity, but they managed to get that winner chicken dinner with a lot of kills. And Rogue Baby, was able to grab that a couple of eliminations in the final second and win that game, and that was what qualified them into the semifinals. So I think that they're never a squad to rule out completely. They might be able to continue to push onto the final circle in this particular one and win. But regardless of that, they got themselves 4 kills so far, a couple more kills and a good placement point. Then they might just be able to seal themselves a position right there that in the Umzansi. But let's see how it continues to play out for them as we'll be turning our sights onto the boys from Raptors right now, who have been guns blazing throughout the entire day. And courtesy of Shiva, they've been able to get themselves a couple of kills.
Yeah, Definitely. I would love to see Shiva bringing it again, but Nightmare seems to be on the receiving end right now as the GP28 is dealing damage, a lot of violence popping off right now. Oh boy, not looking too not looking too good on the other Shiva real quick. I just call him the other Shiva as he's gotten taken down right now. His teammates scrambling for effort, scrambling all around your killer is, but there is a lot of teams around this part. Would they be able to get that one? Oh, your killer is has been sent out right there by Raptors. Good job right there being able to, scramble it all around and get it back in their way. But they've lost one player, but multiple shots still getting sent towards their position. And man, every single point is having at least one or two shots sending towards them right there. Gold diggers right there, just sitting pretty on the building. They've been here for quite a while, scouting the area, hoping they could spot a couple of teams making the rotation. And here comes Raptors just when they were waiting, like, oh yes, we have been waiting for you. Come around out here, and that is going to be Raptors feeling the heat. Will they be able to get a couple of shots into Raptors? Will they be able to get the eliminations? Will they be able to get these knocks? Love to see it. MG getting quite ambitious right there, moving to great lengths to get the angles, trying his best just to get this hit to connect right there. But we'd love to see it. We'd love to see how all this is going to play out real quick.
All right, so we're down to 13 teams in this particular lobby. We're curious to see how this one actually does play out. We do see on the kill feed right there, the boys from Fear popping it off, sending a nade right there and getting a knock onto one of the teams. As we're moving all the way into that fifth zone, several different teams will be looking to move in as Search and Destroy is getting taken down right there by the boys from Fear. And we're beginning to see them get into the elements right there as Tratra and Lent are able to get a couple of knocks right there as Violence gets taken down. And my goodness, it is not looking good for the boys from Search and Destroy. And that particular one, as we currently take a look at Gold Diggers taking on shots onto the boys from Raptors right there as those shots, Shiva is able to evade the shots coming in from Freak in that particular position. They're pretty much just edging it right now as they look to take on several different teams who are trying as much as possible to rotate into that zone. And what a time. It's all down to moments like this that could turn things around for a lot of these teams. And we're waiting to see how it goes.
Yeah, all esports, Raptors, Sidemen, all popping off in the kill field right now as they are sending the shots left, right, and center. At this point in time, I believe a lot of these teams are just they at least the ones that are struggling to make it in right now are just possibly just shivering right now, trying their possible best to keep it together, just trying to keep their eyes wide open and push forward and try their best to just stay together, stay, keep themselves in the competition as of right now. But we'd love to see how it's all going to work out for them. Sidemen still coming. They came into this particular one with a full squad, but they are currently down to just two men right now. One is currently bleeding off as he's getting tapped away. The smokes are coming out, and check out the shots. Man, how are those shots connecting? Look at that from Raptors, man. Wow.
Raptors putting in the damage right there. But right at this particular point in time, you do have the boys from Fear coming up against the boys from Gold Diggers, and it's a very tough time. You can see King just trying as much as possible to strafe round the boy MG right there as he does the jump shot, but he's not able to get that knock. He does it again, and this time around, King goes down and he zooms in and gets that knock. But that's the help coming in right there from Lens, but too late before his player had actually gotten taken down. Right now it is Navi getting taken out. Navi not having quite a good day. There were so many great things that were expected from them, but maybe they will be able to perform a lot better in tomorrow's games. But still, on this particular game, we got the boys from Gold Diggers coming up against the boys from Fear, and my goodness, what a time. Rogue Baby getting the final player right there on the kill feed from Sidemen, and Sidemen going out as they will not be participating in this game anymore. Lens now taking shots onto HM477 and gets HM477 taken down, and it's all down to Freak to keep this team in this particular game. Lens putting in the work for his team Fear as Lens pushes onto Freak and takes Freak out.
Well. Fear Esports keeping it together, staying in this one as we are down to 10 teams right now, 28 players in this lobby, and about 19 minutes into the game as we are going to have Zone 5 currently pushing in. It's going to be a bit of a tough one if he pushes Sincerity out of this position. Oh, yes, now they have to go up against Active Gaming that is going to be right in front of them, except Active Gaming decides to make that rotation in a little bit earlier. But why would they do that if they know they've got a team pinned down out here? But at the same time, we've got to know if you've got a team that can't go back but can only go forward, they could become really, really dangerous at that point in time. So let's see how this one is going to be turning out right there between Sincerity and Active Gaming. Active Gaming already getting hit on hard right now by us esports as they are trying to make that rotation. That is going to be two men down. But previously in other games, I've seen two men down in Active Gaming and they found a way to reset. So the team play right there from Active Gaming has been strong today. So getting two men knocked doesn't mean they are yet out of this one, as they would be able to reset as quickly as possible. But I would expect Sincerity to have gotten some sort of information from whatever is going on in front of them and be able to make an appropriate push or the appropriate movement at least to give themselves an upper hand. But they seem to be going for that wide rotation, might be going straight into the hands of Citizens or us esports around the corner as Nightmare Esports gets sent back to the lobby on this one.
Oh, so many teams now beginning to get taken down right there. We do see the boys from CLS getting into some trouble themselves. Sincerity trying to get into that zone and getting tagged up from several different directions. Citizens now coming into the fight as well and taking a look at the boys CLS. But one of the kills have gotten stolen and Horse taking down Sincerity's Rogue Baby. My goodness, so much action going down from several different corners. A muffin, boom, gets blown up right there by Bego, and Sincerity down to just Desire. And Desire is trying as much as possible to see if we can keep them in this particular game. But there's so many different teams around this region right here. It is really, really tough for a lot of these teams right here, as they will be trying as much as possible to stay alive in this particular one, with Sincerity getting sent out of the game right there. Tough times. You can see the boys from Citizen trying as much as possible to push onto that region where the boys from Active Gaming are currently situated. The boys from Citizen 11 gets taken down right there, and Ted trying to send on the shots onto that region where Active Gaming are currently at, and sends out Skinny from the game right there. You can see Bego trying to get that revive, but he's got to get into that zone right there. We still got about 6 teams left in this particular game. Active Gaming down to just the one player. I believe it's just down to Ted. And my goodness, so many teams are struggling in this particular one. Great times for a lot of these guys, as we're taking a look at the way things are going to be shaping up for a lot of these teams right here. You can see them trying as much as possible to hold their positions. Kuma Lala, the last one for his team, now we'll be looking to get that revive onto his player, but the shots are coming in, and out goes the boys from Citizens Gaming, getting sent out by the last player right there from Active Gaming. And my goodness, Viper, what a tough time for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, man, what an absolute tough time, I must say. Look at that. Us Gaming has got 3 men up alive right now. Ted Bundy holding it down for his team, and you can see Us knows Ted Bundy could be a really, really big turn in their parts. You could see them just trying to spot his position. They want to take him up before they make their push. They know if they can take Ted Bundy out of this particular game right now, then they've got the chance to make that push forward. But as it stands right now, Ted Bundy is a major one right there. And at the same time, we can see Raptors Esports just, taking quick glances towards their direction, hoping they can spot them right out there. But check it out, Oz makes the play for the center, but no, that is going to be multiple shots raining down towards them. And just in the nick of time, Ted Bundy is going to push up in, and just like magic, this man has been able to push his way because Shiva got knocked, and they just took that attention away for just a quick second, and that is when Ted Bundy made his move, and this man might just be picking up the kills right there from us. But if us is able to get that reset, then Ted Bundy might be in a bit of the pinch right there. We've got what is going on? How is he pushing up like this? Oh, Tra. No, he gets taken out right there by Aatrox. Fear with 6 limbs right there. Back to the lobby in that 5th position as Aatrox is trying hard to keep it together. They've got 8 8 points with full squad up alive. This is looking strong as Raptors has got those 12 points with just one player as one is currently leading off. An active came in with 4 kills and just one player trying to keep it together, putting in a lot of work right now. But we can see Aatrox is trying their best to just move it around. I like the fact that Ted Bond is thinking on his feet right there. Is making the moves, trying to confuse the enemy as quickly as possible, as smartly as possible. But I think that Greening might just find him. It's a big
Man,
shot.
it has been a tough time for a lot of these guys. Aatrox needs this particular point. They need to get themselves into that top eight, and they know this is their moment. This is the moment where they can get those eliminations onto the boys from Raptors. But never say never. Shiva's in the game. Our MVP, our boy. And if Ted Bundy can take out one of the players from Aatrox, it might open up this fight for Raptors to maybe seal this game through.
Yeah, definitely might give the Raptors a way in. But we can see Raptors is keeping it a bit on the low key now, just waiting for Aatrox and Active Gaming to slug it out first. But it doesn't seem like Active Gaming Ted Bundy is going to make a move on this one. But Daddy is making that push slowly but surely, just wrapping around this axis, trying to see if he could spot them. But he might get distracted right there by Victor. No, I think Ted Bundy might just catch him on that move. If he just looks towards that direction, might just see a little pixel out of place and might just take the shot right there. But he's going to be exposing his own position as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one for him if he takes the shot. Let's see how this one is going to play out. As Atrox is currently looking quite strong with 8 Q points to their name. I said that. Atrox, yeah. And then Raptors is dead center of that zone as well. I think with about 12 Q points. I'm not exactly sure about that one, but oof. Do you think Ted Bundy could pull a crazy one right now? Oh, okay.
Well, Daddy has been able to answer the question for us as he does take out the boys from Active Gaming, going out right in that one in third position. Lovely for them throughout today as they've been able to get those performances. But right now, you do see the boys from Raptors trying as much as possible to fight it out in this particular game. Victor up against two players right there. You got the boys from Atrox, and Reaper has not been able to get him taken down. And right now it is Zodiac and it's the Reaper. I still believe the boys of
Oh
Atrox
no.
can seal this game
Oh
through, but
no.
you
He's flanking.
never know. He's on that flank right there and trying as much as possible to pick them up. But right now, Atrox might be able to get that revive onto that particular player, and that time being bought might just seal the game through for the boys from Atrox, who have about 10 kills in this particular game. Will now be going in for that last one. And if they get themselves 11 kills with the winner chicken dinner, it might just be enough for them to qualify through. Let's take a look and see how this game is going to seal through. If Atrox can get this one, or we will be seeing 1v3 from Victor in this final circle, Viper.
I really like the fact that Victor has not been in one position. He's moved all the way around. And you can see, I think Aatrox, they have absolutely no idea where he is. They're focused on the completely wrong spots right there. And just like a viper, just like the snake, he's been really stealthy. You can see him just slithering right through the grass right now, hoping they won't get to get his position. And Aatrox right at the moment is just trying to fish, trying to shop right there, trying to hoping to get lucky right there. And we can see a Reaper coming in with the vehicle play. He's going to just sit in the vehicle and hope Victor makes himself known. And if he makes himself known, Reaper is just going to pop out and get the shots in. But I think they've been able to pinpoint the position where it could be. It's 1v3 currently right now as Raptors is up in that with that 13 kill points, looking to get an additional point right there with the placement by looking for that winner chicken. Then as Victor is currently wrapping around, just been really quiet. He sent out a couple of grenades, but now he's down to just the essentials right now. The labels his weapons. And he still got his backpack. I know many players who would have dropped their backpacks as of right now. Tony, this is a 1v3 situation. Do you think Victor can clutch this? Do you think he could pull a Shiva?
If he can get a knock quickly onto Dead while lying down and then turn his sights onto Zodiac and take Zodiac down, then maybe, just maybe, he might be able to win this particular one. If I was in this situation, I would throw a nade into their position right there, reduce a little bit of the HP, and then take them down. But you never really know how it's going to go in situations like this, because the Reaper is in the vehicle, distracted by that vehicle. You have to come down, or maybe try to take some shots from the vehicle. But now that he has spotted their region, will that be a difference for him? I don't really know. But I do think that Nate, if he gets a situation where the three of them are together with a Nate and he gets one knock right there, and
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, they spotted him
yeah.
and took him out.
They just needed to know where he was. They just needed that position of his. And well, multiple barrels at that point in time is very, very difficult to contend with. But 11 kills right there from Aatrox, and I think 13 from Raptors to end the game for today just seems like a very, very befitting end. And I can't say much. It's a lot of teams trying really hard to, get themselves into Umzamsi.
Congratulations to Aatrox for winning this final map. They go home with the winner chicken dinner. Total damage of 1,364 and 11 eliminations, as well as their 26 points. That should be able to push them into the top 8. Hopefully, it goes in their favor and they are able to just speed run their way into Mzansi for next season. Now, what was the moment that defined the win for you, Viper?
Um, Well, I think the moment I knew they were gonna win was that moment when um I saw them making that spread out and covering the angles, and they were just like picking off teams left, right, and then I was like, yo, yeah, Aatrox has got this in the bag. And then the fact that the moment they went back for that one revive and they could get that revive, I was like, yeah, this is it's a done deal. It's a done game.
Now, Sincerity seemed to have played a bit more aggressive this time around. They, came out hot. The first time I saw them, they had 4 kills already, and I was like, "Wait, what? Is this the same Sincerity that we've been watching the whole night?" Agfire, what do you think on their switch up in their gameplay, in their play style in this final map?
I think then they needed to do it. I think that they probably were gonna go all out, try as much as possible to get themselves those extra kill points. What that would mean in the overall leaderboard, I'm not sure, but it was good to see.
Now let's take a look at the MVP. I'm not sure if it's going to be Shiva again this time. If it is, he's just the MVP of the whole game. Oh wow, here we
What?
go. Shiva, third time in a row. MVP. Congratulations, Shiva from Raptor Esports, with a total damage of 1,352, 7 eliminations, and survival time of 24 minutes and 51 seconds. I don't even know what else to say, guys. This is obviously well deserved. Actfire, what else is there to say?
Man, I don't even know what to say, man. It's just somebody needs to stop this man. I mean, he is absolutely on fire single handedly, has taken this team, I believe, has taken this team all the way back into the Umzansi. And, his team should be buying that man some drinks tonight, because, he did it for them.
Definitely. Now let's take a look at the match ranking to see where everybody placed for this particular match. So we see Aatrox with the winner chicken dinner with a total of 26, followed closely by Raptor Esports with 25 points, Active Gaming with 14, Fear with 12, Horse Esports with 12, Citizens Esports with 8, Sincerity Esports with 6, Gold Diggers Esports with 4. We'll be moving on to the next page shortly. But wow, this wasn't even surprising to see that the top two are in fact Aatrox and Raptors. Now on this next page, search and destroy, total of 3 points. Your killer is a Cyclone Shields Esports have a total of 2 points. From Mars Sidemen and the Nightmare Esports all have 1 point each, and Navi Africa, unfortunately, with absolutely nothing. Seems my caster's curse actually worked this time. Apologies, Navi Africa, my fault. But Now, let's take a look at the overall match rankings for today in particular. Not overall for the whole of Umzansi, just for today. So, for today, we do have Cyclone Shield Esports with a total of 23 points. Search and Destroy with 19 points. Your Killer is with 18. Well, this is the from the this is the backwards way. We're gonna be doing it backwards this time. So this is the bottom teams from today. So it's Delta Squad, obviously, unfortunately, with no points. Sidemen with 8 points. Gold Diggers Esports with 10. Navi Africa with 12. From Mars with 18. Your Killers with 18. Search and Destroy with 19. And Cyclone Shield Esports with 23 points. We will be looking at the top 8 that will be moving to Mzansi Season 6 shortly. And wow, Agfire, your thoughts on the bottom 8?
I mean, there are a lot of teams I see right there that I am absolutely surprised, to see them, especially Sidemen. I did expect to see Sidemen all the way going back into qualifying, especially with Nefmi, and the way I saw them perform in Mzansi, it's not like they were a pushover team. So I'm surprised to see them there at the end of the day. Navi is one of those teams as well that was performing very well throughout the entire country, and they were from the beginning that team that you would say, hey, these guys are gonna move up. So that's a huge surprise too. Mars, like Viper said earlier on, is another team, especially with Turbo that we expected to see perform well. It's surprising. It's surprising to me, to be honest.
It is very surprising, especially for Navi Africa. They had the most points in Nkosi. But here, of course, we have the top 8 that will be moving on to Umzansi Season 6. Congratulations to all 8 of these teams. At the number, oh wait, let me start. Let me start from the bottom so we can get to the top nicely. Here we have Sincerity Esports with 30 points, The Nightmare Esports with 30 points. Citizens Esports with 34 points, Fear with 42, Atrox with 46, Horse Esports with 51, Active Gaming with 57, and of course, the number one team that will be making it to Umzansi as well is Raptor Esports with 63 points. This is amazing to see. And this is amazing because Raptor Esports hasn't gotten not even one chicken dinner. This wow. Viper, what are your thoughts on Raptor Esports?
Of good work this team has done, especially given the fact that Shiva has clutched almost all the MVPs for today. Like, this is just a pointer to tell you that Raptor definitely did deserve what they got from this one. Now I will be looking forward to seeing them in the Mzansi League and how they'll be performing against the current teams out there. The eat they are going to be bringing up there, the eat Shiva is going to be bringing, especially if he's going to be clutching up those MVPs out there in the Mzansi. I will be looking forward to seeing him out there. Shiva, I've written down your name inside one of my notes. Let's see you out there in the
If Shiva will be the new Toto, you'll be screaming his name.
Yeah.
But here we have 4 Nkosi teams. So it's so I'm so proud because we have 4 Nkosi teams, 4 Umzansi teams. It's 50-50, even Stevens, and they are going to be a part of the Umzansi Season 6 roster. So, Akfire, what are your thoughts on the journey for the Nkosi teams that did make it?
I mean, amongst the Nkosi teams that made it today, there were 3 teams that or 2 teams that I most likely talked about throughout the entire Nkosi, Active Gaming and Citizens. I thought that they had what it takes to be in the Mzansi, and I'm very proud to see them make it at the end of the day. They have put in the hard work, in the back, and consistently showed their performances. So for me, I'm very proud to see them there. Congratulations to Citizens. Congratulations to other teams who made it in as well, like Raptors, like Fear Esports, who were there, who made it back as well. Niger OP.
Congratulations to all of the teams that made it. Now, the bottom teams will be playing tomorrow. You guys will be seeing them play tomorrow to defend their spots one more time in the finals. This has been the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. My name is Pezli. This is Viper and Act Fire, and thank you so much for watching.